Estoy preocupado por este título porque llegó el día que estábamos esperando y suena como que estábamos esperando ese tsunami que también, por cierto, nunca llegó. ¿No? Que también no le hagan tanto a la mamada. Cada que vean, por cierto, cada que vean en las noticias en Estados Unidos, estoy en Estados Unidos, yo sé que en otros países nadie hace esto, pero en Estados Unidos sí lo hacemos. Cuando te advierten de algo que va a ser una catástrofe y lo ponen una y otra vez antes de que pase, nunca pasa nada. La mejor lección que tengo de esto y lo que le estaba diciendo ayer a Belén, porque Belén empezó a friquearse, digo, güey, no pasa nada. Para empezar, estamos bastante elevados, tengo todo medido, no pasa nada. Y en lo que estaba friqueándose, le digo, ¿no te acuerdas cuando nos dijeron que iba a haber una tormenta y que iba a destruir Los Ángeles? Cuando vine a recoger mi Lambo y hasta hice un video parodiando que no hubo absolutamente nada. Me dice, ah, sí. Y le digo, eso es. Cuando en Hawái se quemó todo, alarmas locales, pero no lo pusieron en la tele de, oigan, se puede quemar Hawái. Cuando Los Ángeles se quemó todo, alertas locales, pero no pusieron en la tele, oigan, se puede quemar Los Ángeles, cuidado, se puede quemar, y después se quemó. No, claro, gente lo advirtió, pero no lo pusieron en todos lados. Entonces, para que sepan, ese tipo de mamadas, así es como funcionan. El gobierno no te va a querer friquear, el gobierno te quiere friquear, pero no cuando de verdad va a pasar algo, porque si sí, te puedes voltear y decir, güey, si sabías que esto iba a pasar, ¿por qué no detuviste esto y hiciste otras cosas? Entonces, no se me preocupen con esas tonterías. Lo que en realidad estábamos esperando, el día que estamos esperando hoy, es por fin nos anunciaron ese delicioso Producto Interno Bruto en Estados Unidos, el famoso GDP, acá, y llegó caliente. Estábamos esperando 2.3% y llegó en 3%, damas y caballeros. Y ahora, quiero que entiendan esto. Obviamente, y para la gente que esté apenas entrando y apenas conociendo de esto, cuando te anuncian el Producto Interno Bruto en Estados Unidos, habíamos tenido el pasado, el cuarto uno, fue un menos 0.5%. Estábamos en negativo, todo el mundo esperando una recesión, bla, bla, bla. Y este mes vino más, muy alto, encima de lo esperado por mínimo, ¿no? Y la razón por qué hay esta discrepancia es simplemente porque cuando compras cosas de fuera de Estados Unidos a grandes cantidades, lo deducen del número del PIB y cuando haces lo contrario, aumenta. Entonces, venimos del primer cuarto donde le dijeron a todos los genios que, güey, tienes que prepararte para estos elevados costos que van a entrar y que te... Vale, todo el mundo fue y compró y ahora todo el mundo está lleno de inventario, no tuvo que comprar nada y simplemente es comercio dentro de Estados Unidos. Sabíamos que iba a venir esto. ¿Por qué? Necesitamos euforia en el mercado. Necesitamos esa deliciosa euforia en el mercado. La bolsa continúa subiendo, pero la economía, güey, ya no aguanta mucho. Algo van a tener que contarnos o pasar porque está ya la cosa. Quiero que pongan atención a esto, sobre todo en Estados Unidos, no sé cómo sea en México, cómo esté todo y qué tan censurado o no censurado está en México y qué tan real o no sea real las cosas que ven allá. Pero en Estados Unidos, por ejemplo, tenemos, si pudieras tomar un screenshot, ¿no? De todos los videos de YouTube del 2021, sería, hazte millonario con NFTs, compra esto, con esto yo hice 3,000 millones de dólares, invierte en esto, todo se ve muy positivo. Los coches están subiendo de precio, la gente es rica con su coche, las casas están subiendo de precio. Eso es lo que veíamos en los headlines. El día de hoy lo que vemos en los headlines es, ¿por qué todos somos pobres? ¿Por qué soy un millennial y no me alcanza para nada? ¿Por qué soy la generación X y no me alcanza para nada? Es lo que estamos viendo hoy, ¿ok? Eso es como debes de medir la economía, por más triste que suene. Yo sé que te han dicho que tienes que ir a la escuela y sacar PhDs y MDs y todas estas cosas, pero así es como funciona. Entonces, ¿por qué digo que tenemos que causar euforia para poder continuar a nuestro siguiente paso? Nuestro siguiente paso definitivamente va a ser un ajuste de mercado. Tenemos al dólar también empezando a trepar, está por ahí cerca, acercándose a los 100 puntos, el DXY, y cuando el DXY se acerque a los 100 puntos va a tener muy poca resistencia ahí arriba. Y eso, si lo rompe a la alza, vamos a empezar a ver este movimiento del dólar y eso nos debería de llevar efectivamente a todos los mercados, a todo lo que es riesgo para abajo, tal cual como lo hemos estado pensando por un rato, pero todavía es temprano, todavía estamos apenas en julio. No sé si, y de nuevo, voy paso a paso con esto. Tengo que ver cosas que pasen para poder decir, ok, esto está bien, esto está mal, etcétera. Pero por ahora, lo que les quiero compartir es Twitter para que lo tengan acá y voy a poner GDP. Y también el día de hoy tenemos a la Junta del Fed. Ahora, Para toda la gente que se pregunta, ¿qué va a hacer la Reserva Federal? ¿Qué es lo que buscamos? Nosotros nos ponemos a buscar narrativas, no los números. Los números son pendejos. Los números son los que te dan para crear una narrativa, para crear una historia, para que le empieces a seguir. Esto es marketing 101 en cualquier lugar del mundo, ¿ok? Todo lo que la agencia de marketing no hace por ti, esto es como deberían de hacerlo. Entonces, son unos hijos de puta. Sí, van a ser $20,000 al mes por 6 meses. Tenemos un equipo de 17 personas que toman decisiones todos al mismo tiempo y después te vamos a echar la culpa de que no pudiste crear una historia. Es que el problema es que no pudiste crear una historia, brother. ¿De qué hablan? Traje a Leo Messi a México por primera vez en la historia. Sí, pero pues eso no es una narrativa, eso no es una historia que podamos vender. Se los juro por mi vida. Si creen que eso es mamada, eso en realidad ocurrió. Ok, y acá estamos buscando este tipo de narrativas, estamos buscando qué es lo que nos quieren vender, queremos saber qué es de lo que nos quieres convencer para que todo el mundo haga algo. Y eso es lo que tienen que entender. Estados Unidos entiende muy bien que ellos pueden forzar a la gente a hacer cosas simplemente creando historias. Güey, bebé, ahí, todo el mundo debería de ir a comprar ahorita antes de que los aranceles de Trump causen una inflación loquísima. Y no hay inflación de Trump. Entonces, pueden entender, ese es un ejemplo muy estúpido, pero en este lo que queremos es que ellos causen lo siguiente. Tenemos la Junta de la Reserva Federal el día de hoy, todo el mundo está esperando a que bajen tipos, pero ¿por qué van a tener que bajar tipos? Si recuerda, la narrativa, la historia que les estoy contando a todos ustedes es que la economía de Estados Unidos está tan fuerte que Jerome Powell no solamente no va a bajar tipos, quiero ver a gente empezar a decir que van a subir los tipos, porque esto va a venir la inflación a cierto punto, es lo que siguen diciendo, lo que deberían de seguir diciendo. Si vemos esa narrativa, vemos la bolsa subir, vemos pandemonium y todo el mundo está en un frenesí de no mames, ahí es donde nos queremos salir, ¿ok? Ahí, o bueno, tal vez no salir, tal vez quieras entrar en un corto. Ahí es donde yo lo haría. Y ahí les voy a compartir esto en chinga. Vamos a ver qué exactamente aparece por acá. Vamos a ver. En GDP. Ahora, esto lo acabo de buscar. Ok, aquí está. Este es uno, por ejemplo, vean lo fácil y lo rápido que llegamos a esto. Déjenme, lo pongo para que Grok nos lo traduzca. No, es que yo hablo inglés y tengo mi campaña, mi está en inglés. Ok. United States GDP surges past expectations por el segundo cuarto. Eso quiere decir que el PIB de Estados Unidos pasa por muchísimo las expectativas de 2.3 en el segundo cuarto. Todos los expertos no saben qué decir. Estaban esperando 2.3%. ¿Y qué nos dice el presidente Trump? Mucho mejor de lo esperado. Ahora, deberíamos de bajar los tipos, no hay inflación, ¿no? Es lo que dice Trump. También tiene que tirar un poco de esta mamada para que no sea tan obvio de que lo que quieren hacer es mantener los tipos planos lo más largo posible. Vamos a ver qué más. Esto es algo automatizado. Este es otro tío súper, súper tonto. The housing market is essentially stagnant because Americans cannot afford homes at 6.5%, 15 months straight of slow home sales. Eso no tiene nada que ver con GDP. Vamos a ver. Results. Ok. Los resultados del PIB, definitivamente MAGA está ganando, perfecto. Aquí otro. Con el crecimiento 3% y con la inflación siendo estable, hay un claro mensaje aquí. La economía sigue con mucha fuerza en Estados Unidos. Básicamente la economía de escala de Trump está ganando otra vez. Y ahora ya me di cuenta que eso era un post y por eso no estamos viendo nuevos. Aquí está, The White House destruye expectativas. ¡Boom! Estamos creciendo, estamos destruyéndola. Bien, bien. Ese güey solamente está dando Powell looking, missing inflation data in the GDP report. Eso no tiene nada que ver. Ahora aquí están todos los liberales, aparentemente, toda la gente que no apoya al gran Donald Trump. Está loca, está volviéndose loca porque nadie pudo esperar este gran GDP. Este güey es otro mega perico. ¡Wow! El GDP de Estados Unidos, el PIB está en 3% contra el 2.4% expectado. Se acaba de cancelar la recesión. ¡Wow! Con un fuerte crecimiento para adelante. Ahora, de nuevo, esto no es un fuerte crecimiento, simplemente fue lo que hicieron que hiciera la gente. Entonces, ¿me entienden por qué están construyendo una narrativa? Lo mismo acá. Ahora, esto es una arma de doble filo. En una mano tenemos una economía increíblemente fuerte. ¿Pueden entender lo estúpida que es la gente? pueden entender eso. Métete a TikTok, métete a YouTube y busca por qué la gente es pobre en Estados Unidos y ve todos los videos que existen de eso. Ve cómo McDonald's no tiene clientes. Ve cómo literalmente nadie está comprando coches ni de $2,000. No les alcanza absolutamente nadie para financiar los pagos estudiantiles. O sea, no hay dinero, pero la economía está muy fuerte porque lo dice el dato. Ahí es donde todos los economistas son unos cracks, ¿no? En creer en esto. Y del otro lado, esto quiere decir que van a tener que mantener los intereses altos. Wow, ok, este güey ya vio y dijo, güey, vámonos para arriba, vámonos para arriba. No va a haber recortes de tipos, no va a haber recortes de tipos. Toda la gente prediciendo recesión, están destruidos. Ahora están diciendo, aquí esto es lo que estamos buscando nosotros. Queremos una advertencia de Ray Dalio y que nos digan que van a subir los tipos. Eso es lo que queremos. Eso es lo que queremos. Que nos digan eso. Todo el mundo se lo está creyendo, ¿sí o no? Una vez más, esta narrativa que estamos poniendo acá enfrente de todos ustedes, ¿estamos entendiendo lo que está ocurriendo o no? Espero que sí, porque de verdad ha sido una obra de arte poder ver esto y también poder entender que justamente nos tenían que traer acá. Ahora ya estamos acá. Jerome Powell va a salir y va a ampliar esa narrativa. Le va a echar fuego a la leña, cabrones. Le va a echar gasolina a este fuego delicioso para poder levantarlo lo más fuerte posible. Y con esta gasolina, con este fuego, van a ver todos los pedazos en televisión y de todos tus pacos favoritos. Tu paco favorito va a ser tu video de no van a bajar los tipos porque la economía está muy fuerte. Se ve imposible esto. Ahora parece que tal vez deberíamos, y esto es lo que estamos buscando, que tal vez deberíamos de subir los intereses, porque aparentemente a nadie le interesa que ya existe una forma de deshacerse de tesorerías en el lado de Estados Unidos y con eso podemos bajar intereses haciendo QE. No. Todos los tontos están enfocados en esto. Y esto es divertidísimo, porque si estás poniendo atención, entiendes que la economía está en la mierda, que la gente no tiene un varo, la gente que tiene mucho dinero tiene mucho más que nunca y va a continuarla, que quieren mantener los tipos planos lo más posible para que la mayor cantidad de gente esté comprando todos estos bonos, bueno, las empresas y los bancos para poder respaldar sus monedas estables, que definitivamente no son CBDCs, definitivamente no son CBDCs. Poder respaldarlas con estos bonos y comprarlos a un buen rate y así poder hacer más dinero del que iban a hacer todavía todos los amigos de Donald Trump y todos los amigos de todo el mundo. Así que ahí lo tienen. Vamos a ver a Jerome Powell, vamos a ver a tus pacos. Aquí es donde tienes que poner atención, a tus pacos favoritos, repitiendo. Lo que estás buscando que la paquez diga es, la economía está muy fuerte, definitivamente está cabrona. También quieres que digan, no hay inflación, pero va a venir. No necesitamos recortes, necesitamos subir los tipos. Eso es lo que estamos buscando que se cree. Cuando veas que en eso es la narrativa, que son todos los títulos que estás viendo, y cuando veas al mismo tiempo que te están diciendo, güey, Bitcoin nunca puede caer, el mercado nunca puede caer, vean esto, bla, bla, bla. Ese es el momento. Ese es el momento. No existe un timeline, es solamente cuánto tiempo toma para crear esto. Y de ahí deberíamos de tener una corrección importante. Una corrección importante. No sé cuánto tiempo tome llegar ahí. Y ahora esa va a ser la corrección que nos va a llevar más para abajo, para abajo. No tengo idea. Vamos paso a paso, una por una. Hasta ahora todo va perfectamente de acuerdo al plan. Y con eso ya saben que estamos aquí en el casino del tío Salo. Tengo a Farhan y Alex aquí con nosotros. Vamos a darle, vamos a analizar los precios de absolutamente todo, empezando con Bitcoin, por supuesto, para poder ser una buena lana en lo que todo el mundo se está peleando. Pero recuerden, volatilidad es el nombre del juego el día de hoy, sobre todo con la Reserva Federal, con el anuncio del PIB, con todas las cosas que están saliendo hoy. Volatilidad es el nombre del juego. Lo que sí es, si ustedes quieren venir, unirse a nuestro juego, los voy a invitar a que se den una vuelta a nuestro Discord. Como de que no, damas y caballeros. Cáiganle a nuestro Discord, es absolutamente gratis, de Lead Trading Academy, y aquí van a poder hacer varias cosas. Uno, siempre es bueno venir al chat general, todos los menús están del lado izquierdo, es súper fácil de usar, el enlace está en la parte de abajo. Una vez más, es gratis. Si alguien te pide dinero, no les mandes dinero jamás, por favor. No somos ni yo, ni Alex, ni Farhan. Nunca te vamos a escribir, te lo juro por mi vida. Te lo juro, no existe nada. Te quiero mucho, pero no existe nada especial que me haga salirme de mi propia huevonés diaria para decir, güey, déjame, le mando a Manolito, le digo cómo operar sus criptos, que es lo que te dicen todo el tiempo. Nel, no hacemos eso. Ven al chat general y platica con toda la gente acá, los cracks que están viendo el mercado, dándose vuelta, asegurándonos y dando sus propios puntos de vista. Esto es lo que quieres. Quieres un mercado donde hay mucha gente platicando de lo mismo, analizando todo lo que tú estás viendo y pidiendo también feedback a veces. No cae mal. Tenemos los análisis de Alex por acá, los de Farhan aquí abajo, los pueden ver por acá. Tenemos nuestros P&L cards también, cáiganle a compartir cuánto dinero están haciendo o perdiendo, que nada mal, 220. Gato mión, cabrón. Todo lo que abres es un 500X. Todo lo que abres es un 500X. Ahí está el gato mión. Wow, Shadow, 756%, nada mal. Obviamente, Gato Mión se tenía que llevar a su 1000% con este corto de 500X. ¡Ah, cabrón! 916%. Gato Mión, estoy seguro que eres tomatito. No te hagas pendejo, Gato Mión. Estoy seguro que eres tomatito. A menos de que seas literalmente Nancy Pelosi, no te creo. ¿Ok? De acá también tenemos Criptolingo para todos ustedes. Espérenme, ¿qué estoy haciendo? Tenemos Criptolingo por acá para si están escuchando o viendo algo que no entienden. Aquí tenemos todo en español y en inglés. Y pues, si quieres entender un poco más de todo esto, tenemos ahí en nuestro sitio varias cosas que puedes usar para hacerlo. Pero también, si ya estás listo, te sientes preparado para esto, puedes venir a tradear futuros con nosotros. Y para aprender cómo usar un exchange de futuros es bastante sencillo. Nosotros usamos uno que se llama Bluffing y otro que se llama BTCC. Bluffing le vas a picar en Tutos en nuestro sitio web, que de nuevo, el enlace está aquí abajo. En Tutos le picas en cómo tradear en Bluffing. Y ahora esto te va a dar un video de 5 minutos que te explique exactamente cómo funciona todos los exchanges que te puedas imaginar y usar de futuros. Funcionan igual, entonces esto te va a funcionar para Bluffing, también para BTCC. La diferencia entre Bluffing y BTCC es, los dos tienen apalancamiento duro, Bluffing hasta 100, 150X, BTCC tiene hasta 500X, y también BTCC, la otra cosa que tiene es acciones tokenizadas, donde aquí es puro cripto en Bluffing, y en BTCC son acciones tokenizadas. También tenemos enlaces aquí abajo para que se registren y participen, porque también tenemos torneos en nuestra comunidad, como los que tuvimos el mes pasado de BTCC, el mes pasado antes de ese en Bluffing, así que no se lo vayan a perder. Ahí lo tienen, damas y caballeros. Vámonos a este casino con estos cabrones. Vamos a ver los precios de los bitcoins y vamos a darle para adelante. Buenos días, muchachos. Wait, no, you're muted. We can't, you know, Jerome Powell's coming out and speaking today, sir. Show some respect. Put some respect on the name. Oh, you're still muted.
Hopefully I'm not.
No, you're good.
Okay, good.
Yeah, we can't hear you for some reason. I think it's because when you were watching porn, the mute that you applied to the computer is a different mute.
Maybe that
There
must
you
be
go.
it. Okay, there we go.
I knew we figured that out.
Hey, important day today. We got the GDP figures. The narrative is starting to spark up. No rate cuts needed. Perhaps we need some rate hikes. And also, the economy is very strong. Fucking, dude, this is incredible. Let us get this pump. Let us get this motherfucking pump with this euphoria, and then we'll know where we're standing right now. But either way, I think you boys, let's go. Alex, you shared your chart.
Today's the economy is very strong, is comparable to 2021 and 2020s. The labor market is very strong.
Absolutely. Well, by the way, that's a great observation that you're bringing up. The other thing that I was saying is, I remember going on YouTube in 2020, 2021, especially late 2020, all 2021, and all of the videos were like, how to make yourself rich buying cars, how to make yourself rich buying Airbnbs, how to make yourself rich buying NFTs, how to double your money in this investment. Like, everything was an opportunity. And if you look at all the social media today, it's all like, why millennials don't have any money? Why Generation Z doesn't have any money? Why are we all broke? Why can't we afford anything? Does that sound like a fucking economy on fire? People are so stupid. But listen, this is what we want, because we're not looking at the news like those idiots. We're looking at what those idiots are falling for, and then we're doing something. And this is why it works. So let's get it, Alex. I'm sorry, I get hyped.
No, absolutely. I mean, it's an exciting topic for sure. But what's not exciting is Bitcoin. And what you're noticing is we just haven't been doing anything. And
by the way, well done. Well done.
Yeah, right. The
well done there. Yeah. He was excellent, if I may say so myself.
Thank you. I appreciate that. Yeah, I know. And the daily showing that. I mean, we've had 3, 6, 7, 8 days of literal zero volatility on the daily. Pretty insane overall. We were looking for Bitcoin to, ideally, it was to hold the daily 9. We were looking at that 2 days ago, if we really go and reflect back on Monday, we were talking about how we reclaimed, let me delete this, how we reclaimed the daily 9, how we wanted this to just simply be a throwback leading to more upside. Unfortunately, though, you didn't hold the daily 9. It made it a little tricky, though, because you did hold above the $118,000 region. Again, just solidifying chop, but we just simply need to start seeing this daily 9 get reclaimed. No reason to overcomplicate something. We know the daily 9 often is the spot that needs to hold if we're truly going to be bullish, right? This is bullish consolidation above the mean line support, holding above the daily 9 before expansion. This, on the other hand, is just chop, and it's actually becoming more bearish the longer we do stay under that daily EMA 9. Now, granted, we easily can get a target down to the 21. That is technically the, in my opinion, next zone for today. But it's going to be really crucial to watch, especially this zone here, because again, it's the same criteria. $118,000 is the spot bulls need to definitely stay above to see expansion. Under that, absolutely opens up the possibility of going all the way down to $116,000, where that absolutely needs to hold. If we start losing $116,000, yeah, this could start opening up a deeper move down, specifically down to that weekly EMA 9. The weekly EMA 9 is still lingering. If you really observe this carefully, you lost it here in June. You then reclaimed it. And then on that reclaim, you haven't really backtested it. Granted, you've gotten very close to backtesting it. You wanted to see this get tested, but you just haven't. You had a nice expansion. And so far, you've just kind of had consolidation and almost somewhat of like a bull flag here on the weekly. Now, it's going to be quite important to start seeing bulls really step into play here and pick this, really start picking up momentum to the upside. Or else, yeah, you will end up just consolidating here a little longer. 1 or 2 more weeks would then start really invalidating, in my opinion, this bull flag potential, leading to maybe a move down all the way down to that weekly EMA 9, which again, we've been here many times before. You expand from the weekly 9, you don't test it, you then get a nice rejection down. This gets everyone properly bearish. And all this does is lead to, essentially a retest of that weekly EMA 9 before getting some kind of reaction. This was a 10% bounce, a 10% move down. I remember everyone was very bearish and scared before we ended up pumping 10%, literally off the back of the weekly EMA 9. So it's a big zone, specifically when you do see it move up directly above this wick high here, this wick high rejection. That's the zone that you absolutely need to start seeing hold. We talked about this, when we were in this range here, we were watching that 109.3 to 109.8. It was very crucial to see Bitcoin stay above that. So if we get any kind of test of that, I still will be, in my opinion, looking at that as, just somewhat of a higher low potential in the 2-week. Because we still are in higher high and higher low potential. Specifically when you do see that the, right here, this candle was the higher high. Bulls are going to try to solidify this being somewhat of a higher low. We talked about this. The shallow higher low scenario definitely could mean that it just literally, this was it. We're going to consolidate before going up. And even if we can't gauge if this will be the higher low or not, that's always the big question. You still should be gauging this in a bullish perspective simply based on trend. Now, again, it's going to be really dependent on this week and into the next week as well to really see the reaction moving forward. Because I will say it isn't looking the best. And what you don't want to really start seeing Bitcoin do is start really breaking down from this point. Where will I really know if this is going to break down? Well, for me, a breakdown easily can just be looked at as once you start losing this 2-day EMA 9. Now, it's a little tricky because you're getting a lot of chop, and often chop leads to, just chop and sideways price action, right? Where the daily can reclaim a level, then lose it. That's why then we can segue to the 2-day. We know that the 2-day has contracted volatility now. We know that this goes hand in hand with the daily. And where maybe the daily is bouncing off the EMA 21, you do see the 2-days clearly held the 2-day EMA 9. And it has respected it since we actually reclaimed it in the beginning of July. So knowing we're just in this consolidation manner, still holding above the 2-day EMA 9, it does just lead into the idea that, yeah, bulls need to bounce here sooner rather than later. Taking out the last 2-day low would, in my opinion, brew concern, and that would then have implications for a move all the way down to $116,000. Losing that then does spark open, or at least give us the possibility of going all the way down back to the range lows. So for me, we're just still caught up in this range. I mean, look at this. It's been just multiple days. These are 2-day candles of just nothing, of just chop. Now we know why this is occurring. We often get the most amount of chop before we get the most amount of volatility. And specifically when you are seeing this 5-day firing off, you don't want to disregard this. This is a major setup, and we need to start either seeing, in my opinion, we either need to start seeing, if we throw this EMA 5 on, right? Bitcoin's been very strong. I think it's allowed. We're allowed to use an EMA 5 specifically on a 5-day. What you're noticing is, we've been bouncing nicely off that EMA 5. The 5-day starts losing, let's say the EMA 5 mixed in with that $116,000 region. I do think that's going to be an implication for a deeper pullback. And deeper pullback for me will be right around that 109,300 to 109,800 region. Specifically, we can use June 30th wick high as kind of the spot. Let's look at the HBDR now. So we've said a lot. Let's see what the HBDR tells us, right? And so we do see on the 5-day, we are bullish technically. If I do throw the EMA 5 off, some use the 5, some use the 9. I mainly use the 9. But what we can gather from this is we still are bullish. You still are above the 5-day median. You see that median has moved directly with that EMA 9. So again, it's just more telling you that if you do get a deeper pullback, you should be gauging your areas that you know to be watching carefully, closely. Specifically that 5-day EMA 9. Right? And you can use this almost like a range. And I've talked about this. You start losing the 5, and then it's just going to give you confluence to go to the 9. Now let's see how big of a range this is. It's about a 2% difference. So yeah, I definitely think that'll work. If you really do start losing this EMA 5 into this next 5-day candle, you do need to be looking at this as potentially bearish. And you just need to look at the last occurrence where you really did have a 5-day EMA 5 mouthful get reclaimed and start moving up. Once you lost that, you really did start rejecting and moving down. So it really can just be a very simple idea. Stay above the 5, you're bullish on the 5-day. Stay below it, you're bearish. Because you still are getting, and we shouldn't disregard this, you still are getting a major 5-day BBWP setup, which is firing off. And if I'm not mistaken, which Farn will, I think, talk about this more, I do believe this is potentially firing off to the downside. That is a concern, because with what we know and how powerful the setup is, really could be brewing potentially a move back to the high $70,000 if we truly are going to see this play out to its full length. But again, we've seen this before. We've talked about this before, where you get just the most amount of chop and predatory price action before the big volatility. You've seen BBWP, and what do I mean by we've seen this before, right? You've seen this be an expanding posture where we start heading down, but then you're not fully breaking away from the range or the zone, leading to a reset of volatility. Wasn't until you ever so slightly, right, you started to expand, and then you reset it here. Wasn't really until you got that reset here where bulls were able to take full control and move up. So you absolutely can get chop. I just want to, mention that you absolutely can get a lot of chop around this 5-day, where it seems like it's going to expand and then it doesn't. So we just want to be aware of that. But that is still a real possibility. We still are getting a major move. And even with volatility, or let's say BBWP moving down, this still isn't at all in reset posturing. It's still not. It still is looking very like it is trying to expand from here. So knowing that, we need to just be very cautious of up here. Now we can talk about the last Monday, right? We gave a long, and it was a logical long. We have a few longs going, right? We have, potentially a long using then this stop loss as your wick low, filling based on the daily EMA 21. But into Monday, we were actually gauging a pretty nice long overall. We wanted to see this region hold. We wanted to see this low not get taken out. And we wanted to start really seeing a move up to potentially a new high, but at minimum, at least just testing this wick high. And what has occurred, right? Why hasn't this long so far worked out? Well, so far we have not gotten volatility. And that's a big thing for this idea. You need volatility to start expanding to really get that all-time high move. On the flip side, you didn't hold the EMA 9, which did give you the option to essentially close the trade before stop loss. And then what you notice is you're able to swipe down, take these lows out. But again, yes, you've gotten bounces, but have these bounces really populated into anything bullish? Well, not really, no. And you're just simply now rejecting the daily EMA 9. You've lost it, rejected, and now you rejected it. This could be the third candle below it. Often you do get expansions on the third candle. I'd be very cautious around here. We wanted to hold longs. We've been scaling them, and we've been, trying to give them out. But in this region, I just can't disregard the fact that you did technically lose this channel here, this meme line, and simply you are into the daily 9. I do think that once the daily confirms any daily candle under $118,000, we can potentially start looking for shorts on Bitcoin. The only reason I haven't been keen to giving shorts yet is simply based on the fact that you are still holding support and you're not fully breaking down from this region, right? You're seeing a lot of wicks to the downside. You need to start seeing really bears flex, in my opinion, and take us all the way down to $116,000, or this is just going to be more, I believe, baiting. It's just going to be baiting shorts before you end up going up. Again, we've just seen this before. The bait is real on Bitcoin, where you're just, right, you're coming down, but you're not breaking down. You're having pretty big dramatic dumps like here, but you're just not breaking down. Now, you really need to just watch $118,000 closely. That zone doesn't change. I do think that this is the spot to watch. Above it is bullish and under it is bearish. And that's just an easy summary. We've been saying that. I do think that is wise to just be gauging, especially when you're having a bunch of data. And you also know that you have a end of month close as well, coming in a day that often does just lead to a lot of volatility and a lot of chop. Throw in a bunch of economic data. Yeah, it's a big week today. You're often going to get that volatility when you finally do get through with all the news and the data. A lot of traders now are just pre-positioning. A lot of degenerates are just trying to be predictive. And honestly, in my opinion, we should just be more reactive than predictive. So in summary on Bitcoin, there's a lot of chop. So far, this really has broken down. This was the loss of support. This looks like the bearish retest. Now, and technically speaking, you should start seeing a downside move into today, taking you to $116,000. If you don't start seeing that, let's say you don't start seeing specifically yesterday's low get taken out, you start seeing a bounce here, you start seeing bulls reclaim above the daily EMA 9, it's going to start really looking good because of what we know on the 2-day, right? The 2-day has a silver cross to the upside. It is technically still holding above the daily EMA 9, and you actually didn't lose support here, right? You reclaimed it, you held support, and really the decision is going to come in I believe in the next 1-2 days. You're either going to start seeing this breakdown go towards that $116,000, or you're going to start seeing this breakout reclaim above $120,000, start making its move all the way to around that $122,000. Because how I'm gauging Bitcoin now is it's just simply a range, and the range is, it's just ranging. That's it. $118,000 should be support. $120,000 should be resistance. And until one of those actually gives on like a daily and 2-day, you're just simply going to be ranging. So that's what I see on Bitcoin. Is it bearish? It is looking more bearish now than what we saw on Monday. It's going to be more a race against time for bulls to really push us back above specifically the daily EMA 9. And if they can do that, I do think that this can easily give us a move back up to around that 119,200 to maybe even, just 119,000 flat. The range is still the range though, and that doesn't change from when we talked about it on Monday to now. You're watching very closely $118,000. In theory, this should hold, and you should start watching, if you do reclaim above the daily 9, move up to around that $120,000 again. You'll be gauging this high, and you'll be really wanting to see if, right, maybe you get a bounce. Do we take out this high? Are we putting in bullish structure? That's all really bulls are trying to really observe in this, terrible range that we've been in for the last few days, is are we putting in bullish structure? And so far, right, the macro is we have a higher high on the weekly, the 2-week. We are still bullish. We just need to start seeing bulls really flex here and break away, because the longer they do consolidate here, and specifically the longer they don't reclaim the daily EMA 9 and consolidate under that, the more at risk this is going to be of breaking down and going to around that weekly EMA 9. And let's not forget, right, if we really do look at the weekly, the objective still is taking out this wick high on CME. This was a pretty massive weekly rejection candle, and it's not really looking the best in regards to this weekly candle. Now, again, you've seen follow through from these before, lots of chop, but Bear's objective now is to take you down to the weekly EMA 9 and lose that. I don't find it a coincidence the weekly 9 is sitting right at that May 19th wick high. So watch that very carefully. I just think now really it's going to be news dependent, unfortunately. And I just think markets are waiting for, all the data we're about to get in the coming days and even today. So, that's Bitcoin. We'll watch very carefully now if this is going to break down. And if it doesn't break down, let's say it doesn't break down. Let's say this starts reclaiming the daily 9 and consolidating above that $118,000. This could be a really big sign for me then. Just a lot of chop, but you're not fully breaking down. That's just going to be the big thing for bears. They need a breakdown sooner rather than later. Because once this daily volatility expands, when was the last time we had 3, 6, 7, 8 sessions? 3, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. So this had 2 more sessions of zero volatility. This led to a pretty monstrous dump. This is why we like volatility. Look at that. 3 days of just down only. Fun. Off the back of a silver cross to the downside. Damn, what the heck? Yeah, it led Bitcoin down 20%, almost 18%. you know, so maybe let's just do 15% from here. Why not? So that would take you right around that 100K flat zone. That's actually quite interesting to see that, because what have we not tested on the dailies that we still have talked about, still could be a real possibility of being tested, that SMA 200 on the daily. You did test the EMA 100. Now, you don't want to like get blindsided by that. That is always the first zone you want to look at. That did lead to a bottom leading to a new high. So if we did, let's say, get that volatility expansion on the daily, major dump down, it's so over, everyone's bearish. I'm still going to be looking at this as a zone to be respected, which is that SMA 200. And the fact that it's now moved up directly with that psychological number, almost to 100,000 flat, it's very significant. Now, again, maybe we're going to the upside. Let's just see. Why not? 15% up, just to get a perspective. Right at $135,000. We've heard this number many times, many times. So that's what I have on Bitcoin. You're watching to really watch. You're watching closely to see if $118,000 holds. You haven't had any daily closure under that. So I will say that that is still a real possibility. You still very easily can get a short in this region, but I need confirmation. Why haven't I given a short out yet? It's because I'm not going to get baited here on shorts while we're not really losing support yet. I need first to really watch $118,000 get lost. I need to see the daily 9 reject, leading to a 2-day EMA 9 loss. If we start losing that on the 2-day, mixed in with $118,000 support loss, I'll be more comfortable shorting and giving the Academy more shorts. Until then, this just looks like, you know, every time we're wicking down to here, it's getting bought up. Like you can just see the wicks, right? That's just clear as day. And that's telling me that there's like a battle, bull and bear battle. You know, bulls need to push up from here, and bears are really trying to, in my opinion, break us down this week. Now, if we break down, right, what would that mean? And how would I know that we're going to have a deeper pullback? Well, a deeper pullback will come once you lose $116,000. I do think that's just an easy zone to focus on. And if you start losing that, right, that comes in nicely with the 38.2% on the daily. It's a great confluence to say, yeah, you most likely lose $116,000. You're probably going to have a bigger correction. And that bigger correction could easily take you right back to maybe that EMA 100 on the daily, if not the SMA 200. Let me delete this. There's no confusion. Right? Those are always the objectives, and how my system works. You can really just respect the range. We're still so far playing between the 21 and the 9. It's not bearish per se. You're just getting chopped. But as soon as you really start losing that $116,000, you very well could see this 34 move right around that zone. Yeah, it's going to give you confluence of just a deeper pullback. And the first logical objective will be the EMA 100. So, you know, that's so far what we're seeing on Bitcoin. You know, volatility is doing what it's doing. You're not really, like I always say, you're mainly just on Bitcoin ranging and forming a new range and chopping. I mean, that's generally what usually happens. So we'll watch carefully. We'll see what, you know, happens this week and in the coming days, and specifically into the new monthly close. Because again, you know, it's still a new monthly close. If we really look at this carefully here, you are bullish. This is a very bullish monthly close. You can just simply see the last few months how well $109,000 was rejecting. So, like, we don't have any data on this $116,000 line. Why I'm bringing that up is because into this new monthly candle open, you could easily see this get back tested, move up, right? That really wouldn't be the most bearish scenario. Into the new monthly candle, you're just more playing these wick highs, maybe the extremity low at these wick highs, simply wanting to see those be flipped into support. And what would this move give you? which would not be bearish. If you, let's say, had this pullback into the new monthly, retesting this wick high on a new monthly candle, which would just simply be a back test, a bullish, bullish retest. Brain fart. That would just be a weekly EMA 9 retest. So we just don't need a blindsided on that. That very well could happen. Is it so over if that does happen? Absolutely not. And you just don't want to disregard the levels. This range here is it's tight. It's not the biggest range we're working with, but I am convinced that once you do start losing $116,000, you are going to see a deeper pullback. That deeper pullback really could just lead to the simple bullish retest that we wanted when we first broke out, and that would be perfectly okay. Again, it's just not really until you start losing, and this can be an easy criteria for everyone. For me, if I become a mega bear, it is truly going to be off the backs of us taking out this low here. Once you take out this low, you start falling back under the weekly EMA 9. You start closing back under essentially that 109.3 level. I'm going to be very concerned because what occurred last time you rejected this region, well, each time it led to a pretty big drop in price. Falling back under 109.3 opens up the possibility of doing this. This literally, you rejected that. You went all the way down to $74,000. That's why this zone is my absolute criteria. It needs to absolutely hold. There is no reason why this wick high is not flipped into solid support. The moment you start seeing this range fail and we pop back into it is the moment I'm going to be very concerned. And specifically when you know that the 5-day has that volatility set up, you would really have to be cautious at that point. Now, let's look at Tether Dominance quickly. Nothing really too much to update here. Rather than we're just simply waiting to see, where's the next lower high going to be formed, right? The weekly is just in lower low posturing. We understand that really the objective for bulls is to take out specifically this wick high to get a bigger move up to the 4.69%. What we're really gauging now is to just see if you're going to find some kind of rejection here. We can, again, super bearish charts, lots of volatility. We can look at the 5, and you can just see that is simply where we did reject last week. So that is sitting right at 4.38%. That's now nowhere near this wick high here. I do think it's safe to say that you should be gauging a move up to this point. But if we're truly, truly going to be bearish, this wick high should hold, this wick high should hold, and you should form another wick high. We're truly, truly going to be extreme bearish. So the moment you break this wick high, I do think 4.69% comes into play. That doesn't change anything. It's not like that's bullish. That just is going to give us the bearish retest that we wanted. Could very well look like this. You move up and then you break down. You've seen this get tested before. Breakdown, small rally up, rejected. The difference is you just couldn't, expand or reject very hard from that 4.69%, leading to a few more tries of that before it got reclaimed. I mean, let me see here. That's basically it. You just have simple SFPs here. This one got lost and then you got reclaimed. Whenever you reclaim 4.69% and hold it, generally that is kind of the move up. That's when you like to move up on Tether Dominance. So that is why it'll be a big spot for us to be watching. Yeah. And that's it. I mean, that's Tether Dominance. Very easy analysis, 4.69%. It will always be the extremity high for me. You will be gauging that as the next lower high zone. Now, something to note is the 5-day does have a silver cross. And okay, so if we're going to use the EMA 5 here, and we know that that's been rejecting on the 5-day, it's been respected. You still shouldn't disregard the silver cross. You still should be looking at the EMA 9 on the 5-day. As the spot. And really what would be nice is if you see this wick high hold, you start seeing this 5-day EMA 9 move down. That would be great, actually. That way, then there's no possibility of us taking out that, right? This high, this wick high here that we talked about, I think on like the 2-day. So could bounce, could not, up or down, boys. Literally though, that is just how this chart is. You are just in the gray zone of this chart, like really, like, you know, I mean, what can you do really here? You just either need to see 4% tested, or you need 4.69% rejected or reclaimed. Here, it just shows kind of where we're at. It's not very clear. You can use lower time frames, of course, but that often gives you a lot of chop. And so for me now, you're just kind of watching and waiting. But even the 12-hour, yes, you're putting in somewhat bullish structure, but it's really just going to be dependent on taking out these highs. That is what bulls need to really see done. You need to start taking out specifically the shooting star on the 12-hour. If you can take that out, this will, in my opinion, shift the 12-hour back into an uptrend, which then has implications for the daily, and then so forth. But, you know, until then, it's just lots of chop here. Not a very clear picture for me. And even look at the 4-hour. It's like, yes, you could reclaim the 4-hour EMA 100, but you've also had lots of chop around here, and it just didn't hold. And now, so here as well, you know, lots of chop, lots of chop. Now, granted, you have an easy zone. You need this 4-hour EMA 100 to absolutely hold. If it does continue to hold, this will end up moving up and potentially getting that 12-hour trend shift, while bears need us to deviate simply. But again, just not the clearest. And I just want to again hit this point home. Bitcoin can look bearish on the daily, and it does, but this can quickly change. And that's why we just want to understand that you are getting that 5-day BBWP chop, and that this is the most predatory, most annoying time. Whenever we get these major volatility moves on Bitcoin or setups brewing, you always just get the most amount of predatory choppiness, worst price action, mixed in with a monthly close, mixed in with a shit ton of economic data. I just be very cautious here. Understand that this is what that's designed to do, chop you out, and just stick to what you know. And so, yes, Bitcoin dominance, I mean, Tether dominance looks bouncy. It looks like it can move up, but let's just stick to what we know. So you need the 12-hour trend shift to occur. Very easily could reject here. The 12-hour on the daily, the daily EMA 21 has been the spot where we've been rejecting. So far, we've hit that. So in theory, this should be the spot where you start moving down, and Bitcoin maybe moves up. And just a little tricky with the daily 9, but still holding $118,000. Would have been nice if you lost this daily 9, lost $118,000, put in the bearish retest today, entered a short. That'd be really straight to business. Makes it a little tricky though, because you're like playing a daily, moving average while still, kind of like holding support. So again, just that's why it's not the most clear direction for me. Let's look at Bitcoin dominance.
Must be indicating L season for sure.
Something like that, yeah.
Yeah, because everyone told me it started, so I'm just
same. Definitely, we're definitely not just in a weekly breakdown. Definitely not just in a weekly breakdown. Let's see here. Maybe, but the issue with this weekly candle was, let's go to the monthly, right? The monthly, which is closing in 1 day. There's no reason to be looking at anything else, especially since we've come this far. And I forget, this monthly is just the easiest perspective.
Today, tomorrow we close monthly candles, by the way.
1 day. Yeah, exactly. So A, you're gonna get a lot of chop and volatility, but B, I can go through a daily, 2-day, 5-day. We should just focus on the monthly. You're either going to hold this monthly 9, and that's just simply going to be it. You're going to hold it, or you're going to lose it. And then this will really then start looking more like this is potentially in a breakdown. And we are potentially going to start moving down, testing the 57.8% region. And And that's just it. I mean, the monthly nine's been holding this entire bull market. You really don't need anything special to see that. You can just throw it all here. Right? It's like above it, bullish. Below it, bearish. Right? I think I see that. Below it, bearish, not good. Above it, bullish. So with what we see now, right? It's like, cool. This should in theory hold. So this 61.69% for the culture should hold. If we truly are bullish on Bitcoin dominance, I'm expecting this to hold. Right? Then you throw in like that EMA 100, and you're like, yeah, this also should. The most bullish scenario would be this bounces from here and absolutely holds above that EMA 100. But we've seen this before. You very well could just get a moving average chop, like range, where you're bouncing off the 9, rejecting the 100. But ultimately, if you're still above the monthly 9, that is support. But you just want to be, understanding that this blue line here is important, because anytime you close monthlies under, and I'll make this a red line. I'll make it a red line. Oh, right here. I'll make it a little bigger. Make it thicker. We like it thick here. No diddy. So this rejection here, we then see the reclaim, right? This throwback led to a very nice expansion. Support really wasn't until you lost it here, then it led to what? A deeper pullback leading to, okay, 8%. Cool, you got a bounce, and then again, you lost it, leading to a very aggressive drop. 33%. And then here we can even expand it more. Lost it on this monthly, major rejection down. Lost it on this monthly, you still did reject down. 15% down. So it's like, it's looking questionable here. We got to play what we know, right? And so if you start losing, let's say the red line, the red girthy red line, big red girthy red line, you then could, and you start losing the monthly 9, it's like, yeah, I'm really not going to have a base case argument for Bitcoin dominance being really bullish anymore. And then my next objective will just be wherever the 21 sits, if it wants to load. Oh, perfect. Which is right around the next meme line support, right around 57.4%. So yeah, Bitcoin dominance is looking bearish, maybe, but you're at that point now where you're going to have a lot of people front running this idea. Because again, you don't need to be a major genius to see that what this zone did, what this zone did, and what this zone did, right? It's just, that's what all of the altcoin season bulls are going to be doing. You should absolutely not front run this idea, though. You very easily within the next day get a bounce. You get back above 62.5%, and this just leaves kind of like a buyback wick, and it still holds the monthly 9. That is still the criteria, though. So when you do start hearing your favorite CT influencer talk about alt season, just go to your Bitcoin dominance chart, look at the monthly, and just say, well, how has that been working so far every time we get alt season calls? Really hasn't been that good. And you'd notice it's just because of the monthly 9. Very simple. So, no reason to make your life harder. Life's already very hard as it is. Make it easier. Use the monthly 9, watch very carefully, and just wait a day. Very simple. And yeah, that's all I have on Bitcoin. You're getting lots of chop. You're getting volatility compression. Often that equals, just the degenerates are trying to be predictive when we should just be reactive. If you've come this far, you should just be watching the zones very carefully. Understand that you are experiencing a volatility compression, which often gives you a very predatory range, price action. It looks like it's about to break down, and then it doesn't. It looks like it's about to break out, and then it does not. you're not going to get follow through, in my opinion, until I believe you're going to now, most likely into the new monthly candle. You might then start seeing volatility into August. I'm actually very convinced you are going to see volatility into August. We were expecting volatility in July. We got that. And I still think that we are going to see more volatility, even more than what we've had in July and August. It's just going to be first, are we going to break down and retest these levels, or are we just going to break out from here and go to a new high? As long as you are under the daily EMA 9, you do need to be cautious of this idea of a pullback first down to $116,000. And it's not until you get back above the daily 9 where that idea diminishes and we can potentially go up to a first 119,000 to maybe even testing back to around that $120,000. That is the zone. If you are a mega bull, you just want to hold a position and know exactly where you know you're going to break out. It's when you start getting any kind of daily close above $120,000. You do that, I do think that you are very easily going to go all the way up to 123,000 and potentially all the way up to maybe, that 130,000 that we've been talking about for the last few weeks. Until then, understand that this perspective here is bearish. I am cautious now, and I need to start seeing bulls really pick up and hold 118,000 today. Because yes, even though you've lost the daily 9, and you've rejected it, you still aren't really losing that $118,000, providing somewhat of, hopium to bulls here. Because we've all been here. We see this every day where it looks like it's about to break down. You don't lose the meme line. You're like right under the daily 9, and then you just pop, right? And it's just because it was baiting shorts. So just watch that zone today. Watch $118,000. And understand that it's not going to be the most clear trading until we get the monthly candle and also specifically all that data. So that's all I have on Bitcoin. I do think that this is a very good monthly candle. But again, you very easily into the next one could retest here and then move up. You already have a new monthly high. Very well in August could maybe get that higher low. Unsure. That's why we'll just trade level to level. And see what the market giveth and taketh from us.
Very nice, senor. Would you please share your screen with me, Mr. Farhano?
Farhansky.
It has to be Farhano because now he's Mexicano.
Oh, yeah, of course.
You're muted.
You fucking A, always happens. I guess I'll repeat myself. Yo soy el mexicano.
There you go. There you go. You're just a little out of practice, my boy. Let's fucking get it. So tell me if I'm going to be a billionaire by tomorrow buying Bitcoin.
Maybe today by 5 p.m.
Oh, wow. Oh. Excellent news. All right. Let me make plans. I'll be right back.
Just max out all your credit cards and spend it or before you make it.
Well, yeah, I'm going to be a billionaire by 5 p.m. It's a promise by Farhano, so you know it's going to work.
So I'm going to start this one on the daily because the main idea is that we've solidly lost the 5 EMA and the 9 EMA on a daily closing basis, and we have 2 closes below them. It's not one of those moves where we get a close below and then a swing failure pattern and then instantly close right above. Not happening. We got 2 solid closures and we have rejections of those EMAs, and we're below the median. We have 2 rejections of the median. That gives us a 61.8% chance of going to the bottom 38.2%. That level sits right now at about $116,300. Still technically would be a higher low from this low here at about $114,000, and it would just be another retest of the 21. Where it starts to get worrying is if you lose this 38.2% on a daily closing basis. That is what's going to take you down towards somewhere around the 55 EMA and this 61.8% on the HPDR. That's around that $112,000 area. I do think it's going to go a little bit lower than this though, to tap somewhere around that $110,000 to $111,000, and we'll get to that in a future setup in a little while. Right now, the daily momentum is pointed to the downside. It's right in the middle where it could flip up, assuming you close over those EMAs. If you continue to stay below those EMAs, then it's very likely to break into the bearish control zone. Volatility right now is technically in an expansion phase, very also on the edge of going into contraction, just like how momentum's on the edge of flipping back up. Because if momentum does flip back up, volatility will do a contraction, telling you it's going to be likely a lower high. And now the jewels also flip back into a sell signal as well, with the pink crossing below the yellow in the bullish control zone. Very, very bearish setup on the jewel. Down a little bit. 4 hours now just about to flip back up on momentum. Same thing as before, where the volatility is about to go into a contraction phase. The jewel has now lost the sell signal, is going into a neutral signal, but we do have that pink crossing below the yellow. So what's more likely to happen is it's going to curl up right here, give you a buy signal, then curl back around and go back into a sell signal and put in hidden bearish divergence. Right now, what we want to see for a more prolonged move to the upside is a close over this 38.2%. And then the median should move down, and that's going to be our next target. And wherever the median is, that's very likely where we're going to have our next lower high, and then a move into the 200 SMA, which right now that's at about $114,000. The two-day right now is also flipped down on momentum. The 2 days where you start to get a little bit of hopium starting to come in, because 2 days is still holding a higher lows, and it has possibility of hitting bullish divergence now, and it's also holding the 9 EMA. What's going to start to kill that hopium is if you start to close below this 2-day 9 EMA. If you get even one closure below this 2-day 9 EMA, then I'm going to say, okay, we're probably very likely going to go towards that $110,000 to $111,000 area. You're very likely to get a bounce at 114. I just don't think it's going to be the bounce you're looking for. And you also have a very bearish jewel signal right now with a God mode and the pink just about to cross below the yellow. You can't front run the pink crossing below the yellow because it could just get a very, very big bounce from that 114 area and maintain above the yellow and just expand from there. That's why you don't want to front run that confirmation. 5 days also now in somewhat of a bearish posturing, but you're still holding the 5 EMA. If you start to lose that 5 EMA, that's what's going to tell you you're probably going to go down to the median. Median's at that same $114,000 area. Also supports the idea of a little bit of a bounce from here. But overall, I do think it's going to go down to that 21, which will be got our last major bounce before we went to our all-time highs, which is slowly going to rise up and line right up with this meme line I have at that $109,000 area. It would be very poetic to make our next higher low right off that 21 EMA, and everyone's going to be thinking it's all over once again after we went to about 122, 123,000, and we're all the way back to low 100s. Same thing as when we went to 98,000 after hitting like 100 and almost 112. 5 days now freshly flipping down on momentum, with volatility freshly going into a contraction phase, which is telling you you're likely going to make a higher low. And the jewel is still giving you a buy signal. It's very interesting. It's curving around, but it's still on a light blue buy. So probably somewhat of a move into that 109 area. Then as long as you're holding that 109.350 on a daily closing basis, you're very likely going to bounce from that area. And if we can reclaim somewhere around 114,000 on that bounce, that's what's going to tell me that our next stop is going to be new all-time highs, somewhere around 125-ish. Go to the weekly. Weekly is still flipped up on momentum, but it's very close to flipping back down. Volatility is basically now in an contraction phase, just about to go below the moving average. It hasn't closed just yet. That's what we were waiting for. And the jewel's still on a buy signal. Interesting to see that. So that should give us a move down to somewhere around that 9 EMA, maybe a little bit lower to tap that 110, 109 area. And then I would expect to move back to somewhere around the 38.2%. But this is going to change. It's going to move down. Right now it's at about 135. A little sticky stick. 2 week as well is right at the edge of momentum, very close to flipping back down. We just need a closure to confirm that, with volatility now going into a full-on contraction phase at about 5%, and the jewel is still giving you a buy signal with hidden bullish divergence. Right now, if we do get a move into that 109 area, that would be right along our 2-week 9 EMA as it slowly rises up. And that would still be a higher low. And that the hidden bullish divergence would still be active. And our next move would be into the 125s to 130s. By the HPDR, it would be 146, but I do expect this area to move. Monthly is now also flipped down, but very close to flipping back up, with volatility still in the expansion phase. And what you want to see for the monthly to remain up is a closure over about $110,617. I think that's pretty safe to say tomorrow will close over 110K. And if that happens, monthly momentum is very likely to either stay pointing to the upside or actually go above the moving average. And if we do go above the moving average, that's going to confirm 1, 2, 3 drives of hidden bullish divergence on the monthly, giving us a pretty easy target of the median, which right now is at 146, but it is going to move also. Quarterly is now also making its way towards that median after getting a close above it on the last quarterly close. But you got to remember the quarterly is a very high time frame. We've got 2 months left to go. There can be a lot of fuckery in those 2 months before anything really happens. And you have volatility now freshly going into an expansion phase for the first time on the quarterly since basically really around October of 2024, which we only really expanded a little bit and then went right back into a contraction phase. The similar move on of what we have now with hidden bullish divergence is like what we had back over here, where we moved slightly to the upside. We had our blow off top, and then we had the major move to the downside. That's what I'm thinking is going to happen now. We'll get a volatility expansion, get our blow off top, and then the real volatility expansion is going to happen to the downside, which is not exactly bearish. It fits both biases, the people who want higher prices and the people who want a bear market. Both are happy. Go to the RSI. Quarterly still has 3 drives of hidden bullish divergence. It's going to be active as long as you're closing over about $74,440. And your next drive is going to be to the critical zone, which right now the critical zone is sitting somewhere around $200,000. My bias is that we're not going to hit 200K this cycle, but I'm happy to be wrong.
Well, I'm sorry. What happened to George? Has he been uninvited from all these live streams? What the fuck is going on? Where's Kathy? I'm worried. Kathy?
Hey, 150s is not off the table. I just don't think 200.
All right. I guess we're getting a little dilution of our Georges inside of us.
And the only reason I'm saying that I don't think 200 is because they're starting to give me a lot of the same feeling as 100 did back in 2021, where it just keeps edging at it.
And people keep pushing for that. Like now you're seeing like minimum is 200, like and then some other people are saying 300 now. Like it's being edged onto everyone's mind. I agree with you on that.
And you do have technicals that are point to 200, just like you did in 2021 with 100.
Yeah.
So it seems like it's going to be one of those traps again. But who knows?
Guys, I got to interrupt. I got to interrupt. Go ahead, Scott.
Well, the thing about Bitcoin is absorbing all the liquidity in the world. Like everything will be on Bitcoin. Everyone's going to transact on Bitcoin. Everything will be Bitcoin. Therefore, Bitcoin will be worth $1 trillion by the end of this sentence. Check it. It's not. Well, I'm sure by the end of the next sentence it'll be. But we're going to $1 trillion. I gotta go. All right. See you guys later. Bye.
Thank you, Scott. All right. Well, I guess we're going to $1 trillion.
One Chinese Bitcoin for $1 trillion US. My rent is now $750 million
a day.
It's crazy how people don't realize that. Like Bitcoin going to $1 million has some very bad ramifications for everything else.
Can I give you a little bad news for this? So in 2000, remember the last time we had like that gold spike around 2008, 2011, whatever the fuck it was, and then it went down and until 2020 didn't touch back up. So in that period, the reason why the gold price went straight to shit was because the United States focused so much on doing QE, QE1, QE2, QE3, and all those QEs. And right now, and this is where the brilliant move from the stablecoin play comes from, right? Because stablecoins will act like brand new QE by huge companies and by huge banks, and it's off the balance sheet of the Fed. So first, you got to get the taper tantrum, and then you're going to get the expansion. And if you get the QE expansion, this is why we made stablecoins, right? So we can continue to just do what we're doing. Gold should absolutely not see another all-time high for another like good amount of time. It's just fucking interesting as fuck, because it's brilliant. And somehow all the economists that are writing books haven't noticed this. Like, it's the craziest thing in the world. And it's very simple.
If the 18.6-year economic cycle holds out to be true, which has for the last couple of cycles, it would say gold wouldn't hit a new all-time high for like 18 years.
That sounds about right to me. And I think also the fact that everyone is in profit in gold and keep buying gold, and it's like a big accumulation from everyone because the governments have been so good at telling everyone to buy it. That's going to be like the real fucking. And I don't know with Bitcoin if it's going to be the same, but at least with gold, it's not looking good, because literally the last time that this happened, that's what happened to gold. I'm just saying.
Good luck telling people gold's not hitting new all-time highs for 18 years. And see what they respond with.
Peter Schiff is finally understanding what stable coins are, but still doesn't fully understand the effect. It is very strange to me that these are people that legitimately are respected economically when they talk about economics. It's very odd that none of them are understanding this, which is very in your face, but okay.
The higher you get in certain fields, government, economics, no matter what it is, you start to fail upwards.
Yeah. Absolutely. And also you get comfortable. You don't learn more. I'm sorry. Go on, sir.
Oh, no, it's weird. So on the monthly right now, on the last close, we did put in drive of hidden bullish divergence and invalidate bearish divergence. And as of right now, that will be active as long as we're closing somewhere over about $98,330. And as long as we are holding that area, the next target is going to be somewhere around that critical zone, which the critical zone is right now somewhere around $167,000. This is why I say 150s to 160s is not off the table, because of that divergence, which is still active. Once we make a local top on the monthly, then I'm going to say that now it's going to be more likely that we've put in the move from the hidden bullish divergence, and we're probably going to start putting in some hidden bearish divergence. Right now, monthly still has the volatility setup, which is fueling my bias towards the upside still, where monthly volatility went below that 15%, and then it started expanding above the 15% and got a monthly closure to confirm it. We're going to get to that on the momentum chart. Well, right now on the 2-week, we also have hidden bullish divergence, and we have another drive of hidden bullish divergence, which is not possible, and that will confirm with it's not very much helpful, but it's our all-time highs at about 123,181, and that will give you a target of the critical zone, which right now is at about $181,000. Very likely this number moves. Weekly also has hidden bullish divergence still active. This will invalidate with any close below about $114,700. And the next move off of that would be the critical zone. That's about $123,000, basically our current all-time highs. There is currently a bullish cross on the weekly with the jewel. It's just happening a little high up for it to be as powerful as one of the lower ones that gave us up only. 5-day, nothing really. Nope. There is some hidden bullish divergence, but it's pretty far back. Technically, it's still active. Same thing on the 2 days been invalidated. Daily has now got many periods of 0% volatility, and the bias would be to the downside right now based off of the jewel pointing down. And is there any divergence present? Let's see. Close on this one is 117,302, 117,653. Interesting. There is some possible hidden bullish divergence, and that will be confirmed with any close over about 119,290. That would give you a natural target of the bullish control zone, which sits at about $122,400. Very interesting that we still have that hidden bullish divergence possible. Anything on the 4-hour? very close to getting a silver cross to the downside, but has not quite confirmed yet. Now let's check momentum. 4 hours now, also about to give you that volatility setup as well. Quarterly momentum is still strongly pointed to the upside, going to be pointed up with volatility expansion from the lowest level ever, as long as you're closing over $108,250. Monthly is also freshly flipped up with that volatility setup with hidden bullish divergence on the stochastic, and it's going to be pointed up as long as you're closing over 103,450. And that monthly volatility setup does have a 100% hit rate of playing out in the direction of momentum. As of now, we have moved up how much percent since we confirmed it? Let's see. Which one gave us volatility expansion? This one did. So as of now, we've moved up about roughly 18 to 20% since that volatility setup has confirmed. In the past, we've moved more than 100% basically every time. I'm just not comfortable giving 100% from here. That's a very ridiculous number.
What do you mean? What's happening right now? What's happening?
I am very, very deeply afraid of being clipped and and shoved in my face. This guy said you were going to go to $250,000. I could call the next bear market bottom to a T within a couple of cents, and they'll still say, you said we were going to go to $250,000.
Can I tell you something? I don't think your target to the top being completely ludicrous and ridiculous matters for getting clipped. The only time that they clip you is when you say it's going to go down and it doesn't, or it doesn't go as low. Like, for example, when I said Bitcoin is going to go to 100,000 and I bought, like, my last purchase of Bitcoin was at 62,000. That was the last entry on my DCA, right? People, when Bitcoin came down, made fun of me and were like, oh, it's going to 100,000. But when it came down, I was like, it's going to go down lower. It's going to go to like 10,000 maybe. And it got to 15,000. The one that I'm being clipped for is the one that I missed by 5,000.
That's the other one.
Do you understand what I'm saying? Yeah.
Yeah.
Like, and remember, this is the crypto community, the most retarded people on earth that were sold on freedom money that is perfectly traceable. Okay? And so what do you expect, dude? All you need to do is just know you can do your crazy targets to the upside. This is why there's no backlash for George. This is why Scott doesn't have any backlash. This is why none of those guys get it, because it's always up and it doesn't matter because everyone wants to be rich. But when you say down and you miss by 20 cents, God fucking help you. That's how this works. Just passing the knowledge.
I guess it's because everyone assumes if you say it's down, you hope their financial investments go to zero.
I mean, that's probably the relation that they're putting together in their brain without knowing. Yes. In their, I'm going to have to do quotes, brain.
So on the 2-week, we're also getting that volatility setup that we have on the monthly. 2-week has not yet confirmed it. We have about 4 days and 10 hours left to go. Ever so slightly getting above that 15% area, with momentum still technically pointed to the upside. And it is going to be pointed up as long as we're closing over about $118,600. If this volatility setup does confirm, I'm going to be more on the side of rather very shallow pullbacks and probably new all-time highs within the next month and a half. Just waiting on this setup to either confirm or volatility to go back into a contraction phase. What would be the bear setup though, which is still possible, is this volatility setup confirms and momentum closes below 118,600. Then you're probably going to get a pretty nice move to the downside, somewhere around 30 to 35%. And we can already tell just by some quick maths that's somewhere around 70 to 75K. Basically that last major low. Weekly is also still currently flipped to the upside with volatility now at extreme lows. And we are going to maintain upside momentum as long as we're closing over 118,400. Makes that 118,000 area very, very important. 5 days now technically flipped to the downside. It flipped on the last close and it will be flipped down as long as you're closing below $120,850. 5 days also was giving that volatility setup. Now the 5-day volatility setup has been invalidated, and we were looking for volatility to go back below that 15% and fire off another setup. Go to 2-day. 2 days also flipped to the downside, very close to giving you a volatility setup. Volatility is at like 15, just at 15%. And momentum is pointed down as long as you're closing below 118,850. Here's where it becomes much easier for the momentum to flip back up. And now 2 days giving you possible hidden bullish divergence with momentum very close to flipping back up. We're only about like $200 away from flipping it back up. Daily is fresh. That's very interesting. Daily is freshly flipped back up with many periods of 0% volatility. Are we above? Not. It's still below the moving average, but we are flipping back up freshly, rejecting the bearish control zone, putting in hidden bullish divergence. That's very interesting. And as long as we're closing over 116,000, let's say $117,000, and the daily has already confirmed the stochastic hidden bullish divergence. What I want to see is ideally a close today over $119,290, and I'm going to be of the opinion that that two-week setup is going to fire off within the next 4 to 6 weeks. Four hours now, also freshly flipping back up. Volatility is just about to give you a setup, and you're going to be flipping up as long as you're closing over $117,330. And the invalidation I'm going to give you for the short-term bullishness is going to be any 4-hour close below about $114,727. Actually, you could use a tick below that area, about $114,727. And for a closing basis, basically just this 100 EMA. So on the high time frames, Bitcoin is still looking pretty bullish to me. And that's why I still have targets of higher. I'm just not comfortable saying some of the other targets. We are still getting upwards momentum on the quarterly, on the monthly. We have hidden bullish divergence on the monthly. We have a volatility setup on the monthly. 2-week also is giving you a possible volatility setup, also has confirmed hidden bullish divergence. The 5-day volatility setup, which we had before, was invalidated, but the weekly still has the hidden bullish divergence and the jeweled buy signal. Now, if you go all the way down to the daily, which was previously flipped down, it's now flipping back up freshly and just rejecting the bearish control zone, with volatility giving you many periods of 0%. Even the 4 hours now flipped up. So right now, it's starting to seem a little bit more likely that our low of 114,000 is going to be it. The invalidation is going to be getting either a tick below 114,270 or a 4-hour close below the 100 EMA. Either one of those two things, and I'm going to be on the side that we're going to be going towards somewhere around 109 or 110,000. And from there, as long as we hold that area and get a strong bounce, which closes over 114, that'll put in hidden bullish divergence and take us up to new all-time highs. If we start to lose $109,000, even on a daily closing basis, then I'm going to be of the opinion that we're in a bear market. But aside from that, I do think we are going to go higher within the next few months.
Blow up top. Blow up top. Come on. That's all we need. That's all we need over here. Great. That was awesome. Thank you, boys. The next one is Tesla and then Hood. Boys in the Hood.
I'll do Hood. It's all good in the Hood.
Okay. Thank you, boys. Ok, estamos viendo Bitcoin. Para que sepan, en este momento lo que estás presenciando es este chopeo, cabrón. Ok. Y lo pueden ver perfectamente acá. Justamente me está preguntando acá Leo en el chat de Elite Trading Academy que qué es lo que está pasando con Bitcoin. Ahora voy. Ahora vamos a ello. Estás rangueando en esto. Es un rango de hueva y de repente te cae, de repente subes tantito más, pero estás en un rango entre los 120,000 y literalmente los 117,000. Es el rango de mierda aburrido en el que está jugando esta cosa en este momento antes de que se me desesperen. Y la otra, habías visto en el gráfico de 4 horas que el promedio del 21 había bajado por debajo del 9. No importa, te lo justamente había comentado. Y estás viendo ahora que está dándote un golpazo a la alza. Si estás viendo la de 4 horas, es imposible no poner atención a esto. Básicamente. ¿ok? Simplemente para tener algo de dónde medir. Si tienes un breakout de esta zona, muy probablemente y te lleves los 119,800, vayas a mínimo buscar 120, 121. Pero por ahora puedes ver qué velazo tan alto se está echando. Recuerda que tenemos volatilidad extrema el día de hoy, mi queridísimo Leo. Tenemos un día de la Reserva Federal donde nos están contando una cosa, la otra, todo el mundo está especulando y esto no me sorprendería si vuelve a bajar una vez más, vuelve a subir una vez más. Luego tienes la junta del FED, te va a dar un movimiento y después mañana te va a dar otro. ¿Ok? Es normalmente como funciona ahí esto y es por lo que le dices a la gente. Si no estás pegado en la computadora haciendo estos trades ahorita, por ejemplo, yo aquí vendería y me saldría de esta operación si entré en long acá con el toque del EMA 100 en la de 4 horas. Yo aquí vendería y me haría un corto y esperaría que volviera a bajar hasta los 117,300. Ese tipo de cosas es lo que yo esperaría en este tipo de mercados. ¿Ok? Vamos a empezar con el análisis potente, fuerte, excitante y demolente. No sé por qué puse los indicadores. Felicidades, Alejandro. Vamos a ver Bitcoin en el índice. Es nuestra tabla buena. ¿Cómo de que no? Ahora déjenme borro esto. Un segundo, un segundote. Es un poco de lo mismo que habíamos repasado la última vez, solamente que ya está jugando lo que habíamos dicho. Y ahora les voy a decir el por qué, dónde, cómo, cuándo y todo. Y ahí vamos en nuestro camino alcista. Todo el mundo está muy de, güey, la economía está de huevos, bla, bla. Todo va perfecto, todo va de acuerdo al plan. Creo que sí vamos a tener ese gran blow up top. Va a ser excitante, emocionante. Espero que no haya sido este, por el amor de Dios. No, oye, no me voy a dejar mal, mi queridísimo Rubén Bitcoin. Ok, vamos a empezar con la trimestral, damas y caballeros. Como siempre, tenemos divergencias alcistas, tenemos momentum apuntando para arriba y al mismo tiempo tenemos un setup de volatilidad que está empujando el precio a la alza. Tenemos altos más altos, bajos más altos, todo eso forma una tendencia alcista y además todos nuestros promedios, que son las líneas que están viendo acá, están perfectamente en orden. Eso quiere decir que el promedio más lento al promedio más rápido están de arriba para abajo. Promedio más lento es el 5, que está aquí en los 93, el 9 está en los 74, el 21 está en los 55 y el 34 en los 42. Y pueden ver que el 34 nos aguantó en el mercado bajista del 2022, así que en uno de los peores escenarios, y recuerden, esto va a continuar subiendo como vaya pasando el tiempo, parece ser que Bitcoin va a poder aguantar más o menos por esta zona. Ahora me estoy rifando un mega quemón, pero parece ser que esta sería la zona a aguantar, la zona deseada, por ahí de los 43,000, 44, 45, dependiendo cuándo se llegue a dar esto, si es que se llega a dar. Ahora, hay mucha gente ya empezando a decir que Bitcoin nunca va a bajar, que es también lo que estamos buscando todos los que estamos acá en este canal. Ahora, estructura alcista, fuerza a la alza, ya lo discutimos todo. Momentum apuntando para arriba, todo se ve muy bien en la trimestral. Por ahora es una temporalidad alta. Por supuesto que nuestra temporalidad corta puede venir a arruinar toda, pero vamos paso a paso. Y recuerden que este es el índice de Bitcoin para poder tenerlo con la mayor cantidad de datos posibles para todos ustedes y que nuestro HPDR nos refleje bien esto. Tenemos nuestra media en este momento en los 164,000. De haber tocado, haber abierto aquí abajo, vas a retestear la media. Abriste aquí, luego bajaste, tocaste el promedio del 5, luego viniste acá, rebotaste el promedio del 5, te fuiste a la alza, tocar la media. Y ahorita, idealmente, si eres alcista, estás buscando ese movimiento hacia la media en los $164,000. Perdiendo los 93, podrías decir que esto se cocinó y de nuevo estaríamos buscando los $72,000. Pero por ahora no hay nada todavía. Uy, el 61.8% está justo donde mi línea meme agregada. Peligroso. Pero bueno, eso no es para hoy ni para mañana, ¿ok? Tranquilos. Primero esto, quiero mi blow off top, así que dámelo Bitcoin. Mal Bitcoin. No, buen Bitcoin hasta ahora. Vámonos a la mensual, donde podemos ver que estamos literalmente también con no solamente divergencias alcistas, tenemos también nuestra volatilidad apuntando a la alza. Esta vela va a cerrar literalmente en un día y 9 horas. Estando donde está, vamos a tener más probabilidades de ir a retestear esta zona o testear esta zona en los 146,000 con un alto histórico. Pero hasta que no lo hagamos, hasta que no rompamos nuestro máximo histórico, no vamos a tener probabilidad de ir. Es lo que estamos buscando, romper el máximo histórico en los 123. 123, 181. Eso nos podría llevar para allá. Ahora, acá del otro lado, perder los $102,000 sería un desastre y eso muy probablemente nos lleve a los 78. Empiezas a poner tus líneas en la arena para decir, ok, si llega a ver ese movimiento, me voy a salir. Pero por ahora tienes momentum apuntando para arriba, volatilidad, apuntando empujando el movimiento hacia arriba y tienes estructuras alcistas formándose en esta temporalidad. Así que todo bene, molto bene. Uy, la de 2 semanas, buenísima también. 2 semanas está preparándonos este cero potente de, ¿cómo se dice?, de volatilidad. Faltan 4 días y 9 horas para cerrar y confirmar la expansión. Esta expansión no la consideramos hasta que pase y cierre esta vela, ¿ok? Si no, recuerda, esto se puede dar la vuelta tranquilamente cuando ya crees que va a llegar y se da la vuelta para abajo. Así que no te le adelantes a este setup de volatilidad. Este setup de volatilidad de darse y empujar el precio a la alza nos va a llevar esos 146 en la parte alta de la zona azul, que también es la media en la mensual. Así es la media en la mensual y sí, también Momentum tienes apuntando para arriba. Ahora, la semanal, Momentum no está apuntando para arriba, pero volatilidad está contrayendo también al punto más bajo y Momentum puede empezar a voltearse en cualquier momento. Esta es la única temporalidad culerona que tenemos. Pero estando por encima del promedio del 5, que está en los $116,000, la media en los 113 y el 9 en los 111, que es literalmente todo en esta línea, si venimos acá a aguantar, caemos. Porque de nuevo, el día de hoy espero mucha volatilidad. Ahora no estoy diciendo que vaya a ser un putazo para acá y luego, no. Pero espero mucha volatilidad. Me encantaría ver esto y acá el golpe a la alza de esos 135. También estamos analizando si ya vimos nuestro fondo en los 114. Lo que tendríamos que ver es simplemente no romper los 114, 500 a la baja. Si no rompemos los 114, 500 a la baja, estamos del otro lado. Eso quiere decir que vamos a tener continuación y de ahí lo que nos interesa es romper ese alto histórico para poder ir a buscar esos 130,000, 135 y después los 146. Segundo, no sé, todos estos dibujitos pendejos. Ok, ahí lo tienen. Esta vela no es topera, esta vela es una vela más o menos de indecisión culerona. Es una vela engañosa, por cierto. No me gusta esa vela, brother, no me gusta. Vamos a la de 5 días. No, esa es la de 15 días. Felicidades, Alejandro. 15 días nos sugiere una vez más. Por cierto, esto es interesante. Justamente acá tenemos nuestra media y nuestro promedio del 5 en los 114,500. Y es lo que estamos buscando. Que si podemos aguantar por encima de este mínimo y tenemos ese rebote, este fue el mínimo y vamos a ir a estos $150,000. De llevarte este mínimo, muy probablemente vayas a los 111, 109. Es lo que seguiría. ¿Y cuál era la que seguía? Semanal, no, ya la habíamos hecho, era las 5 días, pero le piqué al 15, por idiota. Ok. Bueno, cada quien le pica al 15 por lo que quiere, brother. Tenemos volatilidad expandiendo. Esta expansión no es clara porque hemos estado simplemente expandiendo ante este movimiento de lado horrendo. La buena noticia para mis amigos alcistas es que esto está consolidando para abajo. Y ya saben que esas son alcistas en vez de más alcistas que bajistas. Ahora, estamos por encima, estamos por abajito del promedio del 5. Eso nos sugiere que podríamos ir a visitar donde está nuestra media. Nuestra media está llevándonos este bajón en los 14,000. ¿Dónde está? ¿Cuál es la parte baja de esta vela? A ver. Low. 114,700. De barrer los 114,700 y no rebotar de emergencia en los 114, puedes ir hasta los 111, 109. ¿Ok? O sea, que nos quede claro, brother. La de harina, la diaria. Estamos a punto de ir a... Es que vean esto. Tenemos un setup de volatilidad. La diaria va a tener un movimiento bastante agresivo cuando esto se dé. Varios periodos de nula volatilidad. Y cuando tienes esto, una vez que expande por encima del 15%, que estamos en 0% literalmente, ante esta expansión va a dar un movimiento bastante potente. ¿Cuál fue el último movimiento que tuvimos de este tipo? Fue justamente aquí en la diaria. ¿Y qué fue lo que pasó en ese entonces? Tuvimos un gran dumpski desde acá, hasta los $76,000. Ahora, esta podría explotar a la alza. No tenemos que decir que va a repetir también el movimiento a la baja, pero pendientes ante ese movimiento que nos dio un buen dumpski hasta los 70 y tantos mil, 74 me parece, 76 fue el último dumpski local que tuvimos. Y ahora tenemos esta vela topera en la diaria, pero literalmente estamos en este rango que les acabo de enseñar entre 120 y 117. ¿Qué es lo que estamos buscando si somos alcistas en los Bitcoin? Pueden ver que romper los 120 va a ser esencial para poder ir a retestear máximo histórico en 123 y de ahí ir a buscar estos 125. Una vez que rompamos los 125, podemos hablar de los 130. Una vez que rompamos 130, podemos hablar de 135. Una vez que rompamos 135, 146 sería el siguiente objetivo y ya de ahí nos ponemos locos. Pero también puede pasar a la contraria. Y déjenme, simplemente pongo esto sin el HPDR para que lo vean. Básicamente, ¿no? Les voy a poner esto. Un segundito. A ver, cabrón, dibuja la línea bien, Alejandro, por favor. Déjate de tus pendejadas, Alejandro. Ahí está. Rompes este rango a la baja y vas a visitar 114 planos. Si rompes los 114 planos, vas a ir a 111. ¿Ok? Pero si puedes romper los 120, vas a 123, 123 a 125 y etcétera. ¿Qué es lo que quieres estar monitoreando? Tu promedio del 9 en la diaria está en los 118, 530 es lo que quieres ver, pero acercándonos un poco más en tiempos más brutales como la de 4 horas. Lo que no quieres perder es tu EMA 100, que es esta línea roja que está acá en los 117, 287. Y una vez más, si llegas a perder esto, te vas a llevar esta línea meme, que es el rango donde ha estado, y podrías ir a buscar este SMA 200 en los 114, 256, que también tiene confluencia con nuestra media en la de 5 días o la semanal, y eso debería de encontrarte un fondillo, y si no, 111 va a ser tu siguiente objetivo donde encuentres ese fondo y de ahí explotar a la alza. Todavía somos más alcistas en todas las temporalidades. Puede que veamos una corrección el día de hoy simplemente por volatilidad y después de ahí continuar. Pero todo se sigue viendo bastante bien hasta ahora para Bitcoin. Ahora, cuando todo el mundo está hablando de la dominancia de Bitcoin, simplemente vean la mensual. La mensual va a ser tu guía para todo esto. ¿Por qué? Porque estás en una tendencia alcista clara. No nada más eso. ¿Qué decimos en la mensual? Estar abajo del promedio del 9 es bajista. Bajamos, pero ya rebotamos y ahora estamos explotando para arriba. Una vez que la dominancia de Bitcoin vuelva a superar los 62.37, va a volver a continuar y todos tus alts favoritas y tus NFTs que no subieron nada de precio más que un poquito, van a continuar la misma trayectoria. Además de que tienes un cruce plateado a la alza en la mensual, eso quiere decir que cada que tocas el promedio del 9 te da una oportunidad de comprarlo de acuerdo al movimiento que lo está dando y es a la alza. Así que siguiente objetivo debería ser llevarnos ese 66% y llegar a este 67% con la dominancia de Bitcoin. Tether, básicamente continuamos en este breakdown de esta zona. Queremos llegar justamente acá para tener nuestro blow-off top. Este es el movimiento que queremos ver, no ese. Es el movimiento que queremos ver. Por ahora, estando por abajo de estos mínimos, nuestro siguiente objetivo debería ser el 4% plano y de ahí llevarnos estos mínimos en 374 para ir a buscar este EMA 100, retestearlo y de ahí explotar a la alza, y eso sería el principio de nuestro mercado bajista. Pero por ahora, como vieron con los Bitcoin, verga, qué bien. Como vieron con los Bitcoin, nuestra resistencia está por acá, nuestro canal está entre los 120 y los 117, arriba de los 120 más probabilidades de ir a máximo histórico, reventar el máximo histórico 125, 130, 135, 146, pero si te llegas a llevar los 117 para abajo, tu primer objetivo van a ser los 114,700, luego los 114,200. Si te llevas 114,200 para abajo, vas a ir más probablemente a los 111 que no, y ahí esperar rebotar con fuerza. Si no rebotas con fuerza, nos vamos al pito todos. Y ahora, ¿cómo invalidamos que esta teoría y todo se va a ir al culo? Si es que nos llegamos a llevar los 102 para abajo, en realidad los 106 para abajo, y tienes un cierre semanal debajo de los 102. Eso diría, hasta luego, gracias, se quemó todo. All righty, boys. We're ready on to the next one, which is Tesla.
Yeah, Tessie girl. Let's see what she's doing.
Well, she's just standing there, not doing fucking anything.
Yeah, she's
she is
putting her legs down, She's not being fun today.
Yeah, she got all dressed up for nothing. She just keeps laying in bed eating fucking chips.
Basically, you know, this is actually an interesting spot where we rejected. You know, it's not really bullish when you see essentially, you know, the ranges are just playing exactly what you'd expect. Yeah, you had a wick up from this point, but when we went down and then moved up from essentially the $300 mark all the way to 325, this exactly rejected where bears wanted. This is looked at as like the SFP. You reclaimed support, you lost it, you had a dramatic dump. In doing so, you also then lost the SMA 200, got into a very nice bounce at the nice psychological number of 300. This zone's important, 300, because often, you know, you get pivotal points for Tesla at 300, and that makes sense since, you know, that again is a big psychological number. You saw this get reclaimed here in October of 2021 before leading to that nice move up to $415. And you've also seen on the flip side reject. You know, you've seen this reject when you do lose 300 before end up. You know, this rejection is essentially the one that led down all the way to that $218 region. So, you know, you're overall playing in a very tight range on Tesla, but it is logical. And to me, this is looking bearish. Today's going to confirm that, and it's just exactly what we've been saying. You know, the SMA 200 is still a very important spot we want to watch into the daily closings, because if you start losing the SMA 200, you know, at this point now, then you'll also be losing that daily EMA 9. And yeah, granted, you are under all major moving averages now, so you do want to watch that because technically speaking, on the daily close in 4 hours, the next move will be right around that EMA 100. So you want to watch really carefully because, you know, if this is going to be the bearish retest, then technically speaking, you want to start seeing bears step in here and actually violently start dumping Tesla. You see, you do have a volatility setup. You've been getting, you know, chop, and the last one, let's see here, it actually was to the downside. And then it started to expand and then contract again on the move up. So let's see here, because again, this wasn't a full setup, but you know, we can just see from that SMA 200, you ended up dumping 8.3%. So, you know, this has implications because you did see a pretty violent dump from this region already. But again, bulls were able to pick it up and actually get a bounce. If they're unable to actually, you know, pick it up here and successfully hold the SMA 200, which has now lined up with the daily 9, I am going to be more inclined to say that, you know, this is going to be in actually breakdown posturing. Let's see here. Oh, wow. And then this is the first time I'm looking at the HBDR. This is interesting because, you know, it just ties in really nicely with the EMA views. You lose the 34, EMA 34, which is right around exactly where the bottom 38.2% is. You are going to get a move down to the 50%, which is right at that EMA 100. So to me, again, the daily is really going to determine a lot. If you're not positioned, I think we can get an easy short here on the SMA 200. We've taken a few positions on this SMA 200, either being shorts or longs. You know, I remember this short here, freshly lost, rallied up. We sold right around this region. Talked about the price divergence. You know, you do get easy trades here. You get a reclaim, back test, long up. Into the daily today, you could get an easy short where you'd just be essentially using July 28th's wick high for stop loss entry right at the SMA 200, maybe an ad zone around like $324. So I'll look to be posting that for the Academy, but as it stands, yeah, Tesla's looking pretty corrective. It looks like it's in the midst of a breakdown. We have volatility compressed and at honestly 2 sessions of zero volatility. We saw the itchings of this setup firing off, which gave us an 8%. So if we actually get the full length of this setup firing off, you very easily could actually start seeing Tesla break 300 and then start moving down. We go here now to the weekly. You can just simply see the targets, right? I mean, if I delete all this, it makes sense. You know, you're almost forming like just a little channel here on Tesla. We go here, a little meme channel, right? We can get real meme with it. Take it to this wick low. You are almost to the end of it if it's going to be, you know, true. So, you know, it makes sense that now you're even getting a weekly volatility contraction. You potentially are about to lose the weekly EMA 9. You really do want to watch this chart carefully if you are a Tesla bull, because this isn't looking the best. And what you can see is once you lose 300 on a weekly close, this will confirm for me a breakdown. And I'll be more inclined to say that, you know, we'll be actually looking at more this wick low mixed in with that weekly EMA 100, sitting right around $275. Let's see here from a percentage basis. Yeah, so it's like a 13% move down. Really not too bad. And at that point, you know, you would just be looking simply right around this region here. You have that weekly SMA 200. You know, so you're kind of coming in with major support mixed in with that meme line. You've seen this $262 region be solid resistance. So if it can be flipped into support while also back testing that weekly SMA 200, but again, you can't disregard the EMA 100. So that's why I'm just looking at them both as like a range. This logically should move around that meme line. And this could easily just start moving, you know, maybe around that $276 range. That to me seems like the breakdown spot where if we do move down, you very well could get a bounce around this region. Now, if you start losing this zone, this $260 zone, yeah, I mean, that's definitely not going to be good. And I'll be more inclined to say that like $200 will be, you know, next up. It's interesting because you haven't seen a volatility setup on the weekly in quite a while. You know, as I'm just looking here. So yeah, last one was in 2017. That's right. For Tesla, you'd expect them to have more. And that just kind of shows, at least for me, it puts in perspective of kind of where we're at on the chart and just kind of how, like just how contracted Tesla really is in volatility. Because it seems like it has been moving, you know, quite a lot, but I guess not. Let's see here. So here you had, you know, kind of like a fake out. So let's check that out. So it's actually started to move up here. Interesting. Okay, so it went up here. 11, that was about 11%. Went down, contracted, and then it's actually started to fire off. So this one was to the downside. So yeah, that went to around 58%, and then that gave you about a, let me measure that again. Totally didn't even see that. A 23% move down. Very interesting. So you saw it give you like almost a fake out move, then it reset, and then you didn't even see it really go to the extreme level before going back under the moving average. This one's a better example, and this was the last one we had. The first one is what I should say. Right around this region here, 2017. This was a bullish one. You can just see here's off the back of the weekly EMA 100 getting reclaimed. Again, just a big zone on Tesla. You had the throwback, and then here. Yeah, that gave you about a 36% move. So, you know, in summary, a big move is brewing on Tesla. You're forming this channel. You have volatility. This is now the third setup on the weekly, giving you extreme volatility, extreme lows on volatility, telling you that, yeah, no, a major move is coming on Tesla. It's going to start on the daily. And that's why today it's going to be really important to see this SMA 200 either hold or reject. And so far, we aren't holding it. So that's going to make me more inclined to say that if we do close below it, I'm going to be looking for a move down. First at the EMA 100 on the daily, lose that $310, $309 zone. I do think then you can see a move to 300. If you start losing 300 even on a daily close, yeah, I do think we're going to start seeing daily volatility actually expand, which potentially could lead into weekly. Pretty interesting chart, I would say. Even so, though, if you were a mega Tesla bull, just to kind of put it in perspective, you would kind of be gauging a pullback anyways. That pullback should just retest the monthly 9 and hold it, assuming that it actually stays above it, you know, in the next day, 5 hours. So even the most bullish, you know, Tesla bulls are wanting that pullback. It's just going to be a matter of, is it going to actually close above the monthly 9? And then is it going to hold into August?
Yeah, I think that's a big key right there. Just that monthly 9 is what I've been staring at, especially now tomorrow's going to close.
Yeah, right. Like it's finally, yeah, we're finally getting the monthly closings. But again, it's not that far away from price, and anything could happen. I do think it will close above. And then August, I think that'll just be the decision. Is it going to just continue to hold above and maybe expand out of here, go up to that $370 area? Or are we actually going to get the breakdown? You can just see here the 21, EMA 21 is sitting right around $281. And then again, you see the 34 is right around $262. So if you start losing this, you know, $262, yeah, I mean, next objective will be right into the zone, which puts it around the low 200s to like 180s. Really would be pretty nasty. So it's going to be pretty important. I'm pretty excited actually for August. It just plays into, you know, August is going to be pretty important. At least for what I'm seeing, it's still looking bullish for me. You just simply want to really watch the reaction on the daily, because I do think the trade will start on the daily. And even what I showed on the monthly chart, if you get that pullback down to that, you know, $311, $310, that could just simply be off the back of a new monthly candle, retesting the 9. You're getting that retest of the EMA 100, going to the, you know, bottom side of this channel before maybe going up. You just look at that on the monthly chart, very easily could just be exactly what I mentioned, just a retest of that before going up. So, you know, just to put that in perspective, some bullish opium. But the monthly is still in breakdown. And let's go to the 2-week here. Okay, that's actually not looking the worst. You did retest the median. It is sitting right at $300. But you do notice that the top side of the 38.2% is right at 350. So just something to note there. You're just still kind of in limbo, but where this new 2-week candle actually opens will be important to see these ranges, because on this perspective, this does just tell you that, yeah, this retest is done. And you should, in theory, if you're holding above that 2-week EMA 9, start moving up to the top side of the 38.2%. But again, this is closing in 2 days, so we'll have to see where that shifts. And then the weekly here, you know, could go either way still. We just need to see if we're going to either hold above the EMA 9 or close below. So, yeah, August is going to be the month for me. I put, you know, weight on these meme channels when you get volatility compressed. That it just makes sense. We know a move will come. So ideally in August, we'll see that. And yeah, for me, as long as you're under that daily SMA 200, I am bearish on Tesla. I do think we can look for an Academy short, and I'll be watching for that carefully.
Yes, indeed, sir. Yes, in motherfucking did. All right, right after this, we're going to do MPU. Is that MPU? Is that the one that we couldn't find before?
MPU, let me see. Mega Matrix. No,
Oh,
there's
yeah,
a
that's
chart.
the one. Oh, wow.
Yeah, it's one of these charts. That's very interesting.
Eder always brings those fucking charts.
My MPU stands for my PP humongous.
My, I'm gonna say you try to fit that ball into a very short, tight window, sir, with that one. Thank you. All righty, let's get it. Tesla, damas y caballeros, la pregunta del millón. ¿A dónde va a ir Tesla? ¿Qué va a pasar con Tesla? Por ahora vamos a empezar con la trimestral. Tesla está jugando el jueguito del triángulo de compresión, ¿ok? Y lo está haciendo aquí, pero también lo está haciendo en grande. Entonces, vamos por ahora a entender que en la trimestral estamos siendo bajos más altos, altos más altos. Continuamos en postura alcista. Tenemos estos mínimos de esta zona. Y en esta zona, después de haber hecho estos máximos históricos, que regresamos, pero no nos llevamos el mínimo, esto es básicamente la línea en la arena. Llevarte el mínimo de esta vela trimestral, que en la parte baja es $212.11. Para que lo tengas anotado, ves Tesla bajando de los 212, vas a tener una gran oportunidad, cabrón. Espero que tengamos esa gran oportunidad. Todavía sigo en ese campo. También estás viendo que tienes una probabilidad de expansión de volatilidad ante el subidongo, pero, de nuevo, muy pequeño, no viene de la zona más baja, pero viene de una buena parte baja. Tienes que esperar a que cierre esto en la trimestral y todavía faltan 2 meses y 2 días para poder entender si va a expandir o no, ¿ok? Con eso dicho, vámonos a la mensual. Qué cagadero es mi tabla, pero aquí les va. La mensual, bastante fácil. Tenemos nuestra vela topera, tenemos seguimiento para abajo, tenemos estos mínimos, después creamos estos máximos y ahora esperamos a que esta misma vela nos haya dado el mínimo o tal vez vayamos a crear un nuevo mínimo en el promedio del 34, en 261 o en el 21 en los 280. Pero por ahora, en la mensual, y siempre decimos esto, si en la mensual en algo estamos por debajo del promedio, el 9 es bajista. El mes pasado cerró por debajo. Este mes, el promedio del 9 está en $329. Esto cierra en 1 día y 5 horas. Si para el viernes Tesla cierra por debajo de 329, tendrías un segundo cierre consecutivo por debajo de el promedio del 9. La última vez que tuviste eso, el tercer mes te dio un gran pompazo, pero la caída fue bastante potentilla. Vamos a ver espérenme. Pero esta chingadera continúa agarrando todas mis cosas. Estoy hasta la madre de cómo configuré el mouse. Pero en fin, es problema de viejitos. Promedio del 9, ¿cuándo lo habíamos perdido antes? Por 2 cierres. 1 lo ganaste. 1, 2, 3. Fue el fondo en los 140. Luego, antes perder el promedio del 9, pum, tuviste 1. Sí, honestamente, cierras el promedio del 9, cierras este mes en 1 día y 3 horas, 5 horas. Por debajo de los 229.98, por medio del 9 la línea azul. Yo diría que uy, y se viene la oportunidad para el tío Salo de la que está buscando. Eso es lo que yo diría. Ahora, cierras por encima del promedio del 9, podríamos, habría de 2 sopas, continuar la pendeja consolidación de lado o empezar a de verdad pompear a la alza. Pero mientras más nos vayamos acercando, vas a empezar a notar que volatilidad en la de 2 semanas empieza a contraer agresivamente y está en 26.59%. Con eso dicho, viendo el HPDR en esto, me acerco un poco más. Qué desvergue de tabla. Ok, estamos, mínimo la de 2 semanas es alcista. Estamos por encima del promedio del 5, 21 y 9 están aquí abajo. El 9 está por fin por encima del 21. Rebotamos justamente en la media que estaba en los 291 y eso nos dio el impulso a buscar la parte alta de la zona azul en los 350. Todavía faltan 2 días, básicamente este fin de semana para cerrar esta vela y cerrando así vamos a tener más probabilidades de ir a retestear la zona de los $350 y de ahí los 370. De perder los $300 básicamente, tu siguiente objetivo van a ser los 269. Eso te lo pone bastante claro. Ahora, aquí es donde empieza a darnos la idea de que el movimiento agresivo va a pasar pronto. Semanal, tienes un periodo de nula volatilidad. La última vez que tuviste periodo de nula volatilidad en Tesla fue acá en el 2017, septiembre del 2017. No son, básicamente, hace 8 años. No son comunes este tipo de ocasiones en Tesla. Tienes una vela topera en esta semanal. Estás por debajo del promedio del 9, estás un poco por encima. El promedio del 9 está en 317.64 y estás en 317.93. Estás un poco por encima. Ya tuviste como el pre-rechazo de la media. Si esto, tranquilo, si esto llega a continuar a la baja y pierdes los 313, siguiente objetivo son 304. Y de no aguantar los 304, $300. Acá. Ahora vamos a esperar a ver a dónde se da esto. Aquí podrías tranquilamente rebotar y continuar a la alza. Falta a este fin de semana para cerrar esta vela. La diaria en Tesla es la que nos pone también acá la idea. Aquí tenemos otros 2 periodos de nula volatilidad después de haber tenido este súper gran fake out. Y esto normalmente cuando ves este tipo de cosas, una vez que rompes y parece que va a romper por acá, debería romper con fuerza. Es como una tabla normal. Y hay gente que no considera poner esto en volatilidad, pero tío, si puta madre el patrón funciona con esto, ¿no? Lo puedes ver que como si agarras esto, literalmente es como cualquier otra tabla, porque recuerda, lo que yo estoy midiendo es la volatilidad, la línea de colores. El blanco es el promedio. En la única que la volatilidad no me dio un fake breakout fue acá, en junio. Así que vamos a estar pendientes de esto, porque la diaria es la que nos va a dar el movimiento agresivo en la semanal. En la semanal nos va a dar el movimiento agresivo para pintar la mensual y de ahí podría venir absolutamente todo. Déjame ver la trimestral, cómo se ve con el HPDR. Trimestral, que no queremos perder, 281 a la baja, de perder 281, 230 viene al menú. Y por ahora la parte alta de la zona azul está en los 437, no es máximo histórico, pero nuestra media está en 350 básicamente, que es justamente el otro objetivo. Vamos a ver por acá. Venimos en la parte baja del HPDR, pero ya subimos, ya caímos, ya subimos y ahora podríamos estar cayendo una vez más. Y a Tesla le gusta caer hasta estos 97%, a veces hasta el 100%. Así que vamos a mantener un ojo bien pelado por acá. Se las voy a poner bastante sencilla y sin tantos pinches colores en esta cosa. Colores, como diría J Balvin. Yo me quedaría viendo la semanal. La semanal y la mensual que cierra mañana. Debajo de 317, más probabilidades de ir hasta los 308. 308 te los llegas a llevar, muy probablemente 300, 269 vayan a ser tu siguiente objetivo. Y aquí esperarías aguantar. Si no aguantan los 269, vamos a buscar nuevos mínimos por acá. No estoy hablando de llevarte los 140, pero mínimo los 180, 190 podrían ser tocados. Otra cosa que también me hace más bajista que alcista en Tesla es el hecho de que literalmente todo el mundo en mi timeline es alcista en Tesla. Todos. Cuando les dije ahorita a todos ustedes, y se los pongo a ustedes una vez más, y les digo, por favor, Dios mío, dame otra oportunidad de comprar Tesla en 180. Todo el mundo, esto fue un post que hice en X, todo el mundo dijo, es imposible. Ojalá, pero no va a pasar. Todos. Eso a mí me da más preferencia bajista porque yo sí uso esas cosas para analizar el mercado, por más estúpido que le suene a mucha gente que me esté viendo tal vez de las primeras veces. Entonces, voy a esperar. Voy a hacer alcista arriba de 330. Arriba de 330, vámonos a 350 y a romper 350, 370. Pero por ahora, cerrar por debajo de 329, básicamente, el mes, esta semana, vamos a tener esta vela topera. Después de la vela topera probablemente nos dé otra. La mensual está en bajista. Ha estado por un mes. Este sería el segundo mes, segundo cierre mensual. Yo eso consideraría que después de eso habría un breakdown. Entonces, mañana, digo el viernes, lo que quieres ver es Tesla cerrar por encima de 330, básicamente. Y eso sería básicamente salirte de acá y vámonos para arriba. No llegas a hacer eso y pierdes los 308, vas para abajo, tío. Para abajo. Vámonos con Hood. Robin the Hood.
Everyone always asks, says that it's all good in the hood, but there are many, what is it, socioeconomic problems in the hood.
So what you're saying is that not all good is the hood is not all good?
No, it's not all good in the hood.
Are
I
we
see.
not making it out of the hood? I thought
Interesting data points, by the way. Interesting data points. Great conversation. I hope people clip it and put it in National Geographic.
These Bitcoin people are mislabeling or whatever
Misgendering.
term they call it now.
Misgendering
Yeah,
the
whatever
hood.
term they call it nowadays. I'm not caught up with the terminology.
Of course.
So right now, what my bias is coming from on Robinhood is that we are right at that 100% on the HPDR. If you go into the quarterly, there's not very much data to go off of for the quarterly, so I wouldn't take this I would take this with a grain of salt. Quarterly would give us slightly move higher to the 100%, right around that $121 area. But what I feel like is because the monthly we have just about enough data to actually take this like seriously. I do think somewhere around here is the local top, if not already in, at around $113.44. I'd even go as far as to say, as long as we are below $113.44, I do think we're going to see a move at a minimum down to somewhere around $80. Actually, to give you more an exact number, it's going to be our previous all-time highs, which is around $85. Let's draw a vertical line right there. And what's likely to happen is that this 5 EMA is going to slowly rise up there, and very likely we're going to get some type of bounce off that 5 EMA. But to confirm it as a reversal, you'd want to see a close over this high, which is about $94.24. That would mark it as a local bottom, and then you would get a move up to whatever is at the 100% at that point. To have a more bullish outcome, it would like grind out a higher low right at that 5 EMA and go sideways for a little bit before going back up, giving the HPDR more time to step up. Because if the ranges don't step up, I wouldn't be looking for that much of a move to the upside. Right now, momentum and volatility are both at 100%. While the jewel is still giving you a fresh buy signal, but it hasn't confirmed. All things are telling you mean reversion, and since the previous move was to the upside, mean reversion would be to the downside. 2 week is now starting to very close to contracting on momentum and volatility. In about, I would say, one more close, this is going to confirm as a contraction. And same idea as before, as long as you are below $113.44, pullback is more likely than not. And on the 2 week, that'd be somewhere around the 9 EMA. If you start to lose the 9 EMA, that's where it starts to become really worrying. And I don't think you're going to bounce to the 21. I think you're going to be going to somewhere around the 55, and that's in the $40 zone. I'm currently not on the bias that's going to happen. I'm just giving the scenario in which that would happen. The jewel is currently giving you a God mode signal in the background, but it has not switched into a sell signal yet. So this would still be more of a bullish posturing. Weekly is currently flipped to the downside, but it is close to flipping back up. That's interesting. That would go along with the idea of the quarterly of one more move up. And volatility is also very close to flipping back up, but it would still have the same conditions. Though you'd have to get over even a take above 113.44, or you could use a closing basis of 110.31. Either one of those, and I think that quarterly target will play out at $121. But my bias is slightly towards not playing out. I think this is very likely going to be our local top for a little while. 5 days now flipped down, not showing you what the weekly is, but the possible flipping up. Volatility is still contracting, very close to giving you the God mode sell signal. As long as we're holding below about $110, you are going to get that sell signal. 2 week is already giving you that God mode sell signal, and you're very close to getting a pink crossing below the yellow in the bullish critical zone. This is going to produce some very powerful results. Let's mark with the vertical line. All right, that should be enough. Damn, Robinhood gives these various signals a lot. 12%, 12 to 13%. This one had to move up first. Still went down about 4.8%, moved up 9%, and then down 38%. This one was a move down immediately of about 7.48%, move up 13%. So I wouldn't count this because we moved up double digits. So 4.5%, 7.5%, pretty good, pretty decent considering it's a stock. 22%, pretty good, with no bounce in between. How much was the bounce? You'd still be in profit, so not even relevant. Let me get the full number. That's about 49.8%. If you were one of the people willing to hold the trade that long, 2 days now flipped down on momentum and volatility. 2 days putting in possible bearish divergence, and you will get that bearish divergence if you get a close below about $103. That would give you an easy target of hitting somewhere around this 21 EMA and this 38.2% at around $91. Either way, whether you're bullish or bearish, you're very likely to get somewhat of a bounce at that $91 area. Daily is now starting to flip back up on momentum. That's interesting. Well, volatility is flipping down, telling you whatever move up you get is likely going to be a lower high. And your resistance right now is somewhere around that median, which we're ever so slightly above. Median's at about $105.13. If you can get a close over that, that's going to take you back to that 110, which is at 38.2%. And as long as the monthly is still hitting around that 100% on the PDR, I do think this is going to be a short zone. Daily Jewels, check that out. Still has that sell signal with the pink below the yellow, and we have a God mode in the background. 4 hours now also flipping back up, with volatility flipping back up, getting right over that 38.2%. Same target as before. If we can close over there to tap 110, but I do think 110 is going to be rejection. Check. RSI. It's interesting. Weekly still has many drives of hidden bullish divergence. Going to be active as long as you're closing over 98.75. Can't really give you any targets because you're already in the critical zone. This is looking very overheated. Daily has many drives of bearish divergence. Going to be active as long as you're closing below $107.42. Next target is the neutral zone, which sits at about 98.70. And the bearish control zone is the target after that, which is very likely because volatility is at extreme lows. That's about $88. Aligns with that 80s target. 4 hours about to put in a fresh drive of hidden bullish divergence. That's very interesting. And it will confirm as long as you close over $105.46. That would give you a target of the neutral zone, which right now is at about $107.95. Let's see if what the bullish control zone number moves to on the close. It would be very interesting if it moves to 110. monthly momentum is now freshly flipping back to the upside, with volatility now getting also an expansion. Pretty high on volatility though at 93.75%, and momentum is going to be flipped up as long as you're closing over 92.53. This doesn't necessarily mean you're going to go up with in price action. It just means that you're more likely to get more shallow pullbacks. What we'd want to see for a move to the upside is closes over key levels. Right now on the monthly basis, that would be a close over about $94.24, which is very close to our pivot. 2 week, it's also giving you what? Why is it this one changed a little? 2 week also has that volatility expansion at pretty high levels and at 91.4%, and momentum is still pointed up, but a little bit higher on the pivot. But this one will flip down if you can close below $99.94. Weekly is already flipped down. That's interesting with volatility contraction. And weekly is going to remain to the downside as long as you're below 110.98, that 110 area, which is the 38.2%. 5-day also flipped down, going to be flipped down below 112.50. 2-day also flipped down. Volatility almost is completely contracted. We probably one or two more closes, and this is going to be at the extreme lows. I'm going to remain down below about 112. Daily is already at extreme lows on volatility, and freshly flipping back up, rejecting the bearish control zone, and it's going to be flipped up above 105.24. And 4 hours freshly flipped up, sitting at extreme lows on volatility, and it's going to be flipped up above 102.53. On the monthly, this thing is looking quite bullish. On the high time frames, we're getting solidly above our IPO all-time highs. We've gotten a close over those levels. Monthly momentum is flipping back up freshly, and 2 week is flipping back up. The only thing that's telling me to be cautious around these zones is that monthly HPDR hitting the 100%. That's the only thing that makes me less bullish on this, because it looks very bullish on basically every single time frame you look. What my pullback targets would be is somewhere around $91 for a little bit of a bounce, and somewhere around $80-ish. As long as you're holding over that $80-ish area, I do think this is going to grind out a higher low and then continue to all-time highs from there. The invalidation right now is it's going to be very, very low because of the up only. Basically, a tick below $29.66, or I'd use this pivotal point. Weekly close below $68.56.
Yes.
Those are the invalidations. Otherwise, I do think this is going to continue going up and to the right.
What? You're telling me that this is just going to continue to go up? Excellent. Excellent. Sir, we need Rivian after, please.
Alrighty.
Robinhood, damas y caballeros, ya saben que acciones tokenizadas, damas y caballeros, hemos llegado ahí por fin. Ayer anunció eToro que también va a hacer lo mismo en la red de Ethereum, para que estén al pendiente, y eso continúa agregando a todas estas cosas encima de Ethereum. Ahora todo el mundo está diciendo que XRP, que otras también van a ser el futuro de esto. Hasta que no vean los anuncios de los bancos, no cuentan para mí. Nada de eso cuenta. ¿Cómo no sabemos que el proyecto del ISO 2000, no sé qué vergas, simplemente es un proyecto que no va a ser utilizado y que todo se ha montado en Ethereum, por ejemplo? No estoy diciendo que eso vaya a ser el caso, así que espérense. Deja que tu moneda favorita sea anunciado como una gran parte para proveer liquidez en el sistema. Es lo que yo recomendaría para toda la gente emocionada por los altcoins. Y a ver cuáles van a desaparecer y cuáles no. Robinhood, desde el principio habíamos tenido un alto histórico justamente por acá en los 85. Déjame, te doy el número exacto. High 85, tal cual, punto. Y desde entonces creamos este delicioso patrón de tasa y agarradera. Lo pueden ver acá, la tasa, y esta es la agarradera. Y una vez que lo rompimos, y ahora mucha gente preguntará, ¿cómo lo mides? ¿No? ¿Por qué no lo mediste aquí arriba? ¿Por qué lo mides aquí abajo? Porque acá fue donde encontramos el primer pivote cuando fue resistencia. Y estoy seguro que si voy a otra temporalidad, voy a encontrar por ahí una vela que cierra ahí. Cinco días, no sé dónde vergas lo tenía, que cerraba ahí, igual en la diaria. Ahí está. de la diaria, este fue el primer rechazo. Entonces, para mí lo importante siempre es, sobre todo en la de 2 semanas, lo puedes ver más fácil, este tipo de lugares, donde encuentro que el precio está haciendo este tipo de patrón como este, porque puede ser confuso, mucha gente lo mediría de acá para acá, etcétera. Yo simplemente les doy esto. Vamos a ir al punto más bajo de toda esta tabla, vamos a subirlo a donde rompe la tasa, una vez más, donde encontramos resistencia antes, y después convertimos en soporte con la siguiente vela, justamente acá. El objetivo de ese movimiento, $125. Ese debería ser nuestro siguiente objetivo a la alza. Vamos a poner una de estas para que se vea ahí claro y voy a quitar esto para no confundir a nadie. Esto es bastante sencillo, continúa siendo alcista. Tienes esta fue la oportunidad de oro en estos $30 y ahora estando en 106, o sea, estás hablando de un 3X. ¿En cuánto tiempo? Desde marzo. No mames. No mames. Y tiene muchísima fuerza para continuar a la alza, tiene todo el hype detrás, etcétera, pero también ese hype es lo que estamos nosotros persiguiendo para ese delicioso blow up top. Recuerden que las malas noticias, los malos resultados van a empezar a salir en el tercer cuarto de este año y nos apenas están dando los resultados del segundo año, ¿ok? Eso quiere decir que tenemos 3 meses para ver dónde va a caer este pedo y dónde van a empezar a traernos esos datos. Por ahora, Robinhood en la mensual, porque no hay tantos datos, continúa siendo alcista después de haber roto justamente en esta zona y continúa a la alza. Ya vamos a las 2 semanas. 2 semanas un poco de lo mismo. Déjame, aquí ya pongo el HPR para que podamos ver niveles. Y aquí es donde pueden ver que estamos ya en extremos. Ya estando en extremos y fue, uy, el 100% coincide con mi 125. Yo creo que ahí es donde podríamos ver al precio frenarse antes de consolidar por acá y acá empezar a tener una nueva consolidación. Ahora, esta consolidación de 120, de 100 a 125, también podría ser que vayamos primero para abajo hasta los 86. Los 86 es una zona importante para el precio, para poder aguantar. Y ahí debería de poder darte esa continuación, llegar a estos máximos históricos en 125. Es la de 2 semanas semanal. Semanal, venimos de volatilidad extrema que nos llevó hasta este punto y ahora estamos contrayendo y estamos yendo de lado. Eso significa simplemente consolidación en nuestro libro. Y esa consolidación está ocurriendo justamente en el 78.6% de poder aguantar los 105.78. Hoy deberíamos de ir a buscar en 2 días y 5 horas para esta semanal. Básicamente el viernes, deberíamos de ir a buscar estos 112, romper este máximo histórico e ir a buscar una vez más los 121 hasta los $130. A ver, la diaria. La diaria me dice que tenemos camino para avanzar, El 88.3% está justo donde mi línea meme, el 61.8% justo rompiendo estos máximos. ¿Crees que los va a romper por poquito en el 114 o se va a ir definitivamente al 124? Vamos a ver. Pero hablando bajistamente, perder los $100 nos debería de llevar por ahí de los 93 y de no aguantar los 93, que es también una buena zona de consolidación de precio, lo pueden ver acá. De no aguantar esos 93, 85 debería ser el punto donde puedas agregar a tu posición de la manera más cómoda. Y también tienes que ver que en la diaria tenemos nula volatilidad, lo que está preparando un movimiento bastante potente en Hood. Podría ser a la alza o a la baja, todavía no sabemos. La diaria estás por encima de la media está en los 105, el promedio el 904. Básicamente no te quieres llevar los 104 si quieres simplemente continuar a la alza, a buscar los 110, romper los 110, irte a 114, 114, 125, básicamente, para ponérselo sencillo, porque no hay tanto que ver por acá, no hay tanta información. Voy a dejarlos aquí en la diaria. En la diaria. ¿Quieren ser alcista agresivo? Que no pierda los 104. Que venga a tocar los 100 sería una buena oportunidad de entrada. Y los 93, 95 más o menos esta zona sería la segunda. Si llegas a ver algo así, bien, hiciste un alto más alto que este, un bajo más alto que ese, etcétera. Pero la cosa es, si estoy viendo simplemente estructura en la diaria, 98 no debería ser roto. Y de ahí el 98 debería aguantar, hacer esto, ir a la alza. Nosotros estaríamos equivocados en esto. Y ahora, por cómo ha tenido un movimiento parabólico a la alza, es las invalidaciones son enormes. Para invalidar semanalmente hablando en un cierre, que esto va a continuar a la alza, es perder esta zona de los $66. Si pierdes esta zona en cierre semanal, vas para abajo. Si pierdes los $75 en cierre diario, no, pendejo. Y el Wicazo, si te da un Wicazo de cualquier tipo por debajo de los 40, que es donde está justamente nuestro promedio del 100, ahí es donde dirías, puta madre, esto se cocinó muy rápido a la baja. Pero lo que creemos es que tienes más probabilidades de dar continuación a la alza, ir a buscar esos 125, 130. Y como habíamos puesto este máximo que lo venimos a topar, aquí ponemos este para también venirlo a tocar y ahí ver qué es lo que sigue. Por ahora, Hood, bastante alcista, buena narrativa, buenas cosas pasando para ellos. Vamos a continuar. Sí, Alex acaba de enviar una alerta de long a todos ustedes para que vayan a checarlo en ETA, por favor. Por el amor de Dios, vayan a verlo. Ok, Mr. Alex, what do we got? UPN, UPW, some
MPU.
MPU.
Yes, a fun chart. Been looking over it. You know, what I've gathered from this chart is, to me, it's looking like a pullback is more than likely. And that's just expected after you've had, you know, such a girthy green dildo into this month. But a pullback, to me, an area I'm looking at specifically is right into this $2 region. I do think that this $2 region is going to be a really big area for bulls into August. And if they're able to actually hold this specifically $2 and like 1 cent, $2 flat, I do think that, you know, they potentially can break out of this $4 range and potentially go up to a lot higher regions, specifically the $6 to $7 zone, essentially. Why do I think $2 is a big zone? Well, first, to start this off, we're about to get a nice fresh monthly candle in one day. We do see that the monthly SMA 200 is about to get reclaimed. Logically, we've seen this get retested a few times in the past, and so it just makes sense to kind of expect that into August. I mean, that is the easy trade. Something that was resistance needs to be flipped into support. August makes sense, and specifically us being right at that $3.62 resistance, this seems like a good zone to do that. We also see, though, if we go now to the weekly, the weekly is freshly in a silver cross posturing, and you do see that weekly EMA 9 has shifted right around that $2 meme line. So, you know, for me, I'm gathering that if we do start seeing a downside move, $2 is an area of interest that I want to see bulls really step up and get a bounce. You've seen this before. We've gone up to that $3.62 resistance. We've rejected. We had a massive shooting star here before going down. You weren't able to actually hold this region right around $2, which led down to, you know, that $1.44, $1.49 region. But before getting a bounce, testing that weekly SMA 200 before, you know, dumping and really going to under $1. I mean, this is was sold down pretty heavily, even once at 50 cents. So, you know, it's pretty insane, actually, the bounce we've had in the last couple weeks. If you really, I mean, let's just see percentage wise. Why not? Yeah, 700%. That's pretty insane. And to me, if you can really hold this region, I do think you're going to go higher potentially. But, you know, I don't think this is the zone to long. This is just shown to be an area where you absolutely don't want to be aggressive in longs and rather just wait to see kind of what, wait for the easy trade on this. Volatility is hot, so I do think you can get a pullback. You know, a visual, I think, which could maybe happen is into August, maybe something like this. If you can actually hold that region, you can get another shot at actually, you know, maybe breaking $4.42, which is really going to be a big zone. Because if you can actually get any weekly candles above that, I'm going to be looking at that as potentially a whole new long trigger. This will be an SR flip. Logically, this region should hold, and you should start seeing a major move up to $6.73. Where that should, you know, in my opinion, first tap, reject. This has been proven to be major resistance. But you've seen this happen before, where you got that weekly candle closure, you retested the weekly 9, leading to a major spring up to, we're in literally one weekly candle went from $3 all the way up to that $7 region. Pretty insane. I don't even know what this company does. It says it's an internet software service, so pretty insane moves. So that is what I'm looking at into August. I do think that this silver cross that has just occurred is very fresh, and we actually haven't retested that silver cross at all. So that should be a good gauge for bulls. What would be the most bullish scenario is this just simply keeps moving up, reconnects with that weekly SMA 200. You get the bounce right around that region, holding it before going up. Because you quickly know where you're wrong on this chart, which is, once you start losing $2, I mean, this will then instantly put it back within that range. Next objective will be right around $1.38. And if you start losing that, then I do think 50 to like 60 cents will come into play again. But until then, I mean, we can kind of enjoy Pumpzilla, have bullish opium here, and just simply watch what we know. Which is the monthly SMA 200 getting reclaims a big level, mixed in with specifically that EMA 100, sprinkle in a weekly silver cross that hasn't been retested. And to me, it just seems likely to at least very minimum get a pullback down to that region, right around, $2.50 to maybe $2 flat. When you did get a monthly SMA 200 reclaim, that did lead to a 172% candle the following month. Now I want to pull back. This one didn't give you one. On open, you just kind of went up. I do think that, we will get that. Let's see here all the occurrences, because we're really not dealing with a lot of data, so we can just see. Here you got a reclaim, and then, it just went up again, closing at up 31%. Reclaimed it, retested it. You did even get a bounce off of it. Obviously, I mean, that was 6%, so actually pretty small bounce relative to this chart. Didn't hold it in October, reclaimed in December essentially, and then just try to hold it. So granted, noted there's chop around there. Reclaimed it here, and then pretty straight to business, retested it before moving up 74%. That obviously took multiple months. And then lastly, just this one. It's just an easy example. This is nice because you had a monthly silver cross. So you kind of were gauging that monthly 9 anyways. Once you actually got that silver cross, you retested it before breaking out, leading to a pretty epic move where this was once trading all the way up to around that $13 region. And this is why, again, the monthly 9's an easy gauge. You lost that, retested it, you just started to move down. And so that's why this monthly close is very interesting to me. I am looking at this as very bullish if it can hold the back tests into August. And so far, bulls honestly are doing pretty well. Now, it did, though, reject exactly where you'd expect. So that does lead me to believe that you are going to get a pullback. We want to be gauging this region as major resistance. And we very easily can go to $2 before actually going up. And that's just shown here on this weekly silver cross. Trying to see here, this silver cross occurred honestly somewhat near the top. So the last silver cross we had did occur somewhat near the top. You had the cross here. You formed, you had one more move up, formed a massive shooting star. And then at that point, yes, you did get bounces off the EMA 9, which granted was the silver cross retest. I mean, you bounced as much as 45%. Dang. This one was 31%. Off this month weekly EMA 9. The issue was just the bearish structure. You're just putting in lower lows to lower highs, lower lows to lower highs. So that's why it will be key. I mean, this is now in an uptrend. Watch $2. I need that zone to hold. very easily can afford a pullback. But if it can hold $2, then that's where, everything starts to really shift for me, more bearish than bullish. Now, if we look at the daily, I like the daily because it also is very clean. You had a very nice reclaim. You went up, tested the next resistance, formed an evening star, and then now you're getting follow through into today. You're potentially about to lose support. So then logically, you'd be looking at this as, well, I guess if you're shorting, shorts are using this as the stop loss. And you're looking at any kind of move up to this region as a short opportunity, targeting right around $3, or specifically the daily EMA 9. Now you can see though, this is clearly in a daily uptrend. You are consistently forming, higher lows. And so ideally now, as long as you're not taking out July 24th low, this should be looked at, still in higher low posturing, just a very volatile stock. And so you very easily can come all the way down to here before going up. Now, if you start actually taking out July 24th low, again, confluence of that idea of maybe a deeper bounce, you even see the daily EMA 34 sitting right around $2, which is, I only use the 55 for crosses. So if you take that off, you can just see if you start losing this, next big drop will be right to that $1.45 region, which is a pretty big range, actually, 31%. So fun chart. It's always fun to look at these because I'll never like find these on my personal time, but I always find these interesting to look at because, they do, when they start moving with volatility, they do trade pretty clean. You can just see how well the daily 9 was respected on this move up. Had you just been longing each retest of it, you would have made money. But again, that type of complacency, easy market, doesn't always last. There's no free lunch, in this market. And so therefore you should be very cautious of a pullback, a liquidity grab. You very easily can form that weekly higher low, go right around $2. Daily trend can shift down while the weekly still stays up. I'd just be really watching the weekly silver cross if you're trying to play this. That should just make your life very easy. That is a valid setup. It is in confluence to the weekly SMA 200. And, that to me just seems like if you're going to play this at all, you might as well just play that. That's even just sticking to the monthly levels as well. Therefore, then you're not longing major resistance and then potentially eating a 30 to 42% drawdown before finally getting a bounce. Because that's not fun. That doesn't make any sense. And it's only really until you get a weekly close above $4.43 where you can be more aggressive on the long side. But just understand, if you do start just losing that even on a daily, big yikes. It's not going to be a good sign. You can easily cut that trade. You can just see how well this has been respected, though. I'll just quickly show you. It's just like here, you even reclaimed it a few times, but just couldn't hold it. Bearish retest, big move down. See, it's funny how well it does respect TA. Even the shittiest of charts. And then here you get lower highs chart. You're in a channel before the breakdown. The point is, though, it's $4.42 is not going to really give up that easily. So if you do end up getting a squeeze up to that in August, I'd just be very cautious of this region, because this still, did SFP breakdown, solidified resistance. So, yes, you've rallied up, but this still just looks like a rejection of resistance still. And each time that you start doing business around this $3 to $4 region, usually leads to a major dump on this chart. So it's all just a matter of, will it hold? Will it, really solidify the back test into August? And if so, sweet. I do think then we can get another shot at $4. But until then, I'd be gauging a pullback, watch the pullback, hold, and just stick to the levels and really play that weekly silver cross if you're not positioned.
Yes, indeed, senor. Thank you so much. And Rivian, VIXM. Oh boy.
VIXM, let's see.
That's the VIX in an ETF, I'm pretty
Oh,
sure.
is it? Okay.
Okay.
Interesting.
Vale, vamos a empezar con esto. MPU. Esta es una de las tablas más fáciles que he visto en toda mi vida. Y espero que puedan notar el por qué. Porque dentro de este rango hay dos rangos, ¿no? Uno, esto es el chopeo total de esta acción. Esto salió al mercado en 1998 y literalmente se ha movido en este canal de 92 centavos a 4.46 toda su vida, excepto en el 2021 tuvo este mega pompazo. Ahora, estás viendo la tabla, te voy a enseñar puntos pivotes clave. Uno, esto es la mensual, ¿ok? Por eso lo estamos viendo de tan lejos. Puedes ver acá cuando salió la acción, cayó, intentó retestear, lo perdió. Una vez que rompió esta zona, llegó hasta la parte alta. Por lo que, para mí, esta zona donde está esta línea esta línea doteada, es muy importante para el precio de esta cosa. Y la segunda es justamente acá. Cada vez que puedes pasar de acá, estás garantizado un viaje a la parte alta del canal. Punto. ¿Ok? Así de fácil. Una vez que cierras acá encima, tienes otro jalón a esta parte. Y lo que lo hace todavía más fácil es cuando cierras por encima de esto, vas a los $13. No puede ser más fácil, ¿no? Mínimo vas a ir a los 6.74. Pero justamente ahorita está jugando los dos puntos pivotes importantes. Lo puedes ver acá. Puedes ver cómo la tabla literalmente está a punto quiere cerrar por acá, falta un día y 4 horas, un cierre por acá y yo me esperaría ver la siguiente vela, porque esto es muy traidor. Esto te pone una vela tope, una vela abajo, una vela tope, una vela abajo, una vela tope, vela abajo, vela tope, vela abajo. No te está dando, tienes que tener cierres por encima de, ¿ok? Eso es lo importante. Entonces, queremos ser alcistas en esta cosa, vamos a ponerlos con el HPDR para que lo vean, tengan esa idea de dónde estamos parados. Hay suficientes datos en esto como para que pueda jalar información importante. Estamos ya en el 88.3% mensual. Una vez más, falta un día y 4 horas para cerrar esto, por lo que estos el HPDR va a cambiar y nos va a indicar a dónde podríamos ir. Pero para poder ser alcistas queremos cerrar por encima del 383. 2 semanas ya en el 97%, también tienes volatilidad expandiendo ante este subidongo, pero también tienes esta volatilidad que está expandiendo ante el subidongo a punto de llegar a extremos, pero extremos pintan extremos en esta cosa y le gusta. La zona a romper son los $4. Después de romper los $4, podemos hablar de los 4.42 y una vez que pases de los 4.47, que es nuestra línea meme, puedes irte para el cielo. Pero estando tan arriba en el HPDR ya en la de 2 semanas, que todavía faltan 2 días para cerrar, va a ser este fin de semana, todo puede pasar y esto va a cambiar. Vamos a ver si estos pueden bajar agresivamente, pero si han estado subiendo en cada una de estas, me imagino que debería de continuar subiendo a menos de que algo pase que no sepa. Semanal, llegaste ya a tocar el 100%, eso te da 0% de continuidad, de probabilidad de continuidad, lo que sugirió este retroceso que ya te lo dio, pero continúas hasta acá. La primera zona de soporte, una vez más, justamente acá el 1.97. 1.97, que es donde está la línea meme, es tu primera zona de soporte. De perder esa zona de soporte, la caída es literalmente a la parte alta de la zona azul en 84 centavos, que es por eso que esta tabla es tan fácil. Diaria, vela topera, tienes el 100% tapeado, estás cayendo el 97% en 3.62 y eso te debería llevar al promedio del 9 en los 2.89. De no aguantar, la parte alta de la zona azul está en 2.48 y de no aguantar el 61.8% en 2.20. El 34 está por acá en los 2. Vamos a simplificar esto sin HPDR y sin nada. En la diaria lo tienes justamente acá. ¿Qué es lo que estás buscando? Poder aguantar literalmente este nivel en los 2.46. Si puedes aguantar este nivel de los 2.46, vas a hacer un nuevo bajo más alto para dar continuación a la alza. Pero, y atentos a ese gran pero, de perder esto, el 1.97, vas a regresar a justamente acá. El rango es bastante grande. Idealmente quieres que aguante el promedio del 9. El promedio del 9 ha aguantado todo este subidongo. El peor escenario debería ser tu promedio del 21 que coincide con la línea meme que había pintado acá. Ese debería ser tu peor escenario. Si caes de acá, para abajo. Si rebotas acá, continúas a la alza y quieres cerrar por encima de los 4.47. Pero por ahora, el cierre bueno es este, donde estás en los 3.44. Vamos a ver si en 3 horas lo puede aguantar. De cerrar acá y podemos empezar a consolidar acá, eso sería bastante bueno y más alcista. Y la zona a romper es este máximo. Si rompes este máximo, vas a tener una probabilidad de tener un pompazo a el siguiente nivel, que es los 6.73. Y ya de ahí, romper el 6.73 te lleva a máximos históricos. Paso a paso, damas y caballeros. Ahí lo tienen bastante fácil, honestamente. Y acá está puesto la línea meme perfectamente para que sepan. 2.44 es la línea en la arena para abajo. Si la rompes a la baja, salte de esta madre. Gracias por todo. Ya fue el pompazo. Si no, va a haber continuación. All righty, sir. Let's go with Rivian. Oh, Rivian. C'est le
That was the best French I could do.
Well done. I'm fooled. I thought you spoke French fluently.
No, if I was a homosexual, then maybe.
Vom.
So on the monthly on Rivian, we are getting a rejection right where we would need to keep this trend strongly to the downside. We're getting a rejection right at that 38.2%, and if we do get a close below the 38.2%, you would have a 61.8% chance of hitting the median. The median is very likely to move up. We have to see where it moves to on this close, but wherever that moves to, that's what's going to be your target over the next like 2 to 3 months. Right now, it's sitting somewhere around $10.65. If I had to guess, I would say it'd move somewhere around these meme lines, but we won't know until it actually happens. And if we do start to lose that median, that's where I'm going to be saying that that Rivian is going to break down over the macro and probably break these lows of somewhere around $8. Right now, I don't think that's going to happen. I think the median is going to move somewhere around here. We'll make another higher low, grind out, and then retest somewhere around this $16 area, maybe in like a year and a half. Happy to be proven wrong, though, if we lose that median. You got to see where it moves to also. Momentum is now flipping to the downside on the monthly. Hopium is that volatility is contracting. See if we made a higher high. Hard to tell in these situations. Yeah, it didn't make a slightly higher high. While did we make a lower high? Yeah, we did. So there's a lower high on price, higher high on momentum, giving you hidden bearish divergence on the monthly. And the easy target was the 9 EMA. So you have already hit the easy target off of that. The next target would be somewhere around a test of these lows at around $10.
Dear Lord,
please. That would line up with the median right now. 2 week is also now starting to flip down on momentum. Volatility is contracting, so there's some slight hopium. Let's see. Is there any divergences? No, not really. It's only that monthly. And 2 week, if it closes below that 38.2%, you would have probabilities of going to the median, which also is going to move in about 2 days. I'd like to see it move to somewhere around these meme lines. Because if it doesn't, and it stays right here, you're going to be testing these lows once again. And at that point, you're probably going to break down towards somewhere around $8 to $9. Weekly is also getting a rejection of that 38.2%. That would give you a move to the median, which right now does line up with the meme lines at around like 12, mid 12s. Any divergences? No. 5-day also flipping down. Would keep you're already at the median on the 5-day. So unless if you start to lose this on a closing basis, that's gonna make it more likely that you're gonna go down towards that $11 area. 2-day also freshly flipped to the downside. You're resting right at that 200 SMA. So if you do start to lose the 200 SMA on a closing basis, that's also what's going to tell me that you're probably going to go to $11. Daily also flipped strongly to the downside. pretty close to making into the bearish control zone. What's probably going to do that is if you close below somewhere around, I'd use this candle's open at around $12.74. And that lines up almost perfectly with this bottom 38.2% and this 200 SMA. And probably go somewhere around like the 50%, 61.8% to the 78.6. That'd give you a range between $12 and like $11.43. 4 hour also freshly flipped into the downside, almost about to break into the bearish control zone, and now volatility is expanding. It kind of seems like you're going to go towards that mid 11s. 4 hours giving you a fresh silver cross. All of the EMAs are kind of bunched up together. Let's go to the RSI. Uh-oh, not liking this. Monthly is on the RSI is about to put in a fresh drive of hidden bearish divergence. That will be 1, 2, 3 drives connected of hidden bearish divergence if it confirms. And it will confirm with any close below $13.26. That would give you a natural target of hitting. Sorry?
Ooh.
Yeah, 3 drives on the monthly, that's not good. No bueno. And the natural target would be the neutral zone, which is sitting somewhere around, what do you know, $11, $10.91. That $11 area might be my bias, but seems to hold up. 2 week has already confirmed the multiple drives of hidden bearish divergence. Right now, the easy target would be the bearish control zone. That level sits at $9.20. This is a little bit below my bias.
So we're not going to count it.
No, we're not going to count it. In about 2 days and 4 hours, it should update. Weekly is also now about to put in another drive of hidden bearish divergence. That'll be 3 on the weekly. It will confirm with any close below 1341, and that'll give you an easy target of the bearish control zone, which also sits at about 987. Let's cross our fingers and hope that it moves up on the update. Nothing on 5 day. 3 days about to put in a fresh drive of bearish divergence. If you close below 1341, easy target is the bearish control zone. It's only 1271, not that much further. Four hour has hidden bearish divergence. Next target is about 1063. Lines up with my $11 area. I'm just going to round it up a little bit.
Very nice and classy. That's Bitcoin.
Yeah, I'm adjusting the time frame first.
I'm just testing the Bitcoin.
I have enough data? No, I don't. All right. Monthly is freshly flipped to the upside. That's interesting. With this long-term downtrend. Is there any divergences? Yeah, there's also bullish divergence present on the monthly as well. That's the one counterpoint for the long-term downtrend. But momentum is going to be pointed up as long as you're closing over about $11.95. We're also freshly getting volatility expansion as well. And it further gives points to my idea that $11, somewhere around $10 to $11 is going to be the local bottom, if not even a reversal point. Week 2 week, also very close to getting expansion, coming now to extreme lows on volatility. 2 week is a little bit of a counterpoint with flipping down and rejecting the bullish control zone, and it's going to be flipped down below 1545. Weekly is also freshly flipping down with the hidden bearish divergence, and it's going to be flipped down below 1442. 5 days flipping down freshly, rejecting the bullish, rejecting the exiting the bearish control zone, and it's going to be flipped down below 1459. 2 day, however, is flipped up. That's interesting. With volatility at extreme lows, And we're still technically in an expansion because we are above that moving average. And we're just about to exit the bearish control zone, and it will be flipped up as long as it's above $12.58. There goes the counterpoint. Daily is flipped down with a derp of death and volatility expansion. Seems a little bit likely that that 2-day is going to flip down now. And you are very close to exiting the bullish control zone on the daily. It will be flipped down below 1405. And 4 hours now also flipped down with volatility expansion. You're in the bearish control zone and you're going to be flipped down below $14.10. So on the higher time frames, Rivian is still in a very strong downtrend, but it's very interesting to me to see a momentum flipping up with volatility now in a expansion phase. You are about to put in a fresh drive of hidden bearish divergence on the monthly. The reason I don't think it's a death sentence just yet is just mainly based off of the whole idea that if it breaks those lows, it would go to such ridiculous numbers on the downside. I don't think that Rivian would do that based on the staying power that I think it has. My opinion based off of that is that the target on the RSI around somewhere around $10.63 to about $11 is going to hold based off of that. The invalidation is getting daily close below about $9.80. That would take you to, on the HPDR, the level is somewhere around $6.60. It's also one of our levels on the RSI as well. And if you, on the lower time frames now, momentum is starting to freshly flip to the downside. And the 2-day, which is flipped up, it looks like it is going to flip down. And we're right at the edge at around $13. What I want to see to confirm the move to the downside is a 4-hour close below that 200 SMA. And the invalidation on the bearishness is getting either a tick above $17.15 or a close above $14.51. Those will be the two invalidations for the short to medium term bearishness. Otherwise, I do think it's going to get short move down to around $11. Then we'd have to see what happens if it gets a strong buyback there or not, or if it gets a close below about that $11 area on a daily closing basis. Then we'd have to see if it can get bought back up in about 980.
Thank you so much, senor. Perfecto. Alex, you're doing VIXM, so we got Costco after.
Perfect.
All righty, vamos a ver Rivian. Uf y recontra uf, cabrones. La cosa no se ve, no pinta también para Rivian. Tenemos divergencias, divergencias bajistas mensuales y también momentum apuntando para abajo. Estamos hablando de 3. Rivian ha tenido un máximo histórico de 179.47 y ahorita está cotizando en $13.02 en este momento. Esta es nuestra tabla mensual. Hay muy pocos datos para poner una trimestral que valga la pena. Y podemos ver que hemos estado cayendo todo el tiempo, pero sobre todo en este canal desde julio del 2023. Parece que lo habíamos roto a la alza, pero parece que vamos a volver a caer dentro de él. Y nuestra última esperanza es que básicamente aguante esto, este y este mínimo. Eso es lo que vamos a estar viendo en este momento. También tenemos volatilidad contrayendo al punto más bajo que ha estado en toda la tabla, en toda la historia, en el 27.27%. Estamos esperando a ver esa expansión. El HPDR nos dice que la parte, venimos del 100%, nos rechaza la parte del 100%, la parte alta de la zona azul y ahora estamos cayendo. La primera zona para que nos debería aguantar debería ser justamente acá, en donde está el promedio del 9. De no aguantar el promedio del 9 y no aguantar justamente el nivel donde estamos perdiendo en los 13.04 mensual, nuestro siguiente objetivo debería ser la media. La media se encuentra en los 10.65. 10.65 todavía está siendo un bajo más alto que estos. Pero abajo de esto ya se los lleva. ¿Dónde está el bajo de esto? Low. 10.36. Llévate 10.36 y vas para los 9.60. Pero el problema de ir a los 9 es que debajo de los 9.80 ya pones objetivos de $7. Eso es lo que está pasando en Rivian. Vámonos a la de 2 semanas. 2 semanas tenemos un setup de volatilidad pendiente del punto más bajo de toda la historia, abajo el 15%. El promedio todavía está por encima de nuestra volatilidad, lo que nos dice que se avecina un movimiento bastante agresivo. Falta de aquí a este fin de semana para cerrar. Venimos de ser rechazados del 78.6% y ahora estamos cayendo a la parte de la zona azul después de un rechazo del 34%. Y nuestro siguiente objetivo natural debería de ser la media en los 11.41. Uf, de vuelta al triangulito pendejo. Ojalá y ahí aguantes lo que estamos buscando. Semanal, un movimiento muy cabrón va a venir a Rivian. Espero que sea bueno para todos ustedes. Vamos a ver, pero estamos en la parte más baja de toda la historia en esta tabla, correcto, también en la semanal, básicamente mensual, 2 semanas, semanal, en todas estamos en la parte más baja de toda la historia. En todas estas estamos cayendo de la zona azul a la parte baja, ya perdiendo todos nuestros promedios que están en los 13.20. De perderlos, vamos a los 12.20 y esta va a ser la zona crítica para aguantar 12.20, 12.20, 12.20. ¿Por qué? Porque si aguantas los 12.20, lo único que hiciste fue poner un mínimo más alto que este, ¿no? Que fue en los 12, un poco abajo de los 12, en los 11.97. Si puedes aguantar acá, chingón, tal vez te vaya a expandir todo para arriba y todos vamos a estar contentos. Pero te llegas a llevar este mínimo, vas a ir a la parte baja de la zona azul en los 10.70 y Dios te ampare si te llevas estos mínimos en los 10.38, porque ahí ya empezamos a poner una vez más objetivos muy bajistas. Diaria, lo que te tiene que aguantar 12.69, la parte justamente alta de esta línea meme que viene en diagonal, porque está el S&P 200 ahí. De no poder aguantar esta zona, vas a caer el primer objetivo en el 61.8%. Y ya estando en los $12, te va tranquilamente a llevar por ahí del 88.3%. Que está en los 11.06. Eso todavía te pone en un bajo más alto a fin de cuentas. Vamos a simplificar esto para todos ustedes, para que lo tengan presente. Rivian tiene un cruce plateado a la baja en este momento que se está dando, pero ahora esto está cruzando a la baja, cruzando a la alza, cruzando a la baja, y puede que veamos ese movimiento que siempre vemos después de verano en este momento en Rivian, que es temporalmente le toca caer. ¿Y dónde está nuestra línea en la arena? Primero, 12.69, 12.40 y después este mínimo. Te llegas a llevar este y este, vas a ver los $10. Y si no te llega a aguantar por acá, los $11, y si no te llega a aguantar esta zona en los 11.20, vas a ir muy, muy más para abajo. Estamos equivocados. Bastante fácil para invalidar esto. Un segundo. Para invalidar esta caída o esta vista bajista. Estamos equivocados. Se puede retomar los 13.69 para arriba. Y ahora, para confirmar esto, 13.69, 13.48, correcto, 13.69. Básicamente los 13.69. Si puedes aguantar en los 13.69 y empezar a cerrar por encima de eso, estamos equivocados y esto cambia y podrías ir a buscar los 15. Pero por ahora tienes más cara de ir para abajo. Pésimo cerrar debajo de los 12.40. Esa es la línea en la arena, básicamente, 12.40. Y de ahí para abajo empieza a verse mal. Quieres que aguante este mínimo en los 11.97. Si no, pues vamos a ver los 10 y ya de ahí nos ponemos de acuerdo más cercano y viendo si la volatilidad empieza a expandir al mismo tiempo que estamos viendo lo que está pasando acá. Uf. Alrighty, sir. Ready. VIXM.
Nice. All right. So this chart, I mean, so you said it's the VIX, there's an ETF. Assuming, maybe then the VIX goes up, this eventually goes up. Well, the thing about it is, this has just only been going down. So I guess you're really only making money on this in the sporadic times where, either the black swan event or something crazy happens. As it stands, though, this chart isn't looking the best. We can look at this, and then we can also look at VIX. I mean, I have a better chart. Basically the same in my opinion. But this, in summary, just been in a steady downtrend. I mean, you just made a fresh 6-month lower low. You potentially have now just, retested resistance. I do think this is looking more corrective on this 6-month candle. If you go here, you can just simply see you're caught in between the monthly EMA 9 and the 21. But what you had was a monthly EMA 21 reclaim. You then lost it, and now it's just been resistance. So, this is still, in my opinion, more bearish than bullish. And it's really going to be determined on basically a major move from here. You're essentially needing to get above $20. That's kind of the big spot for this chart. Once you get above that $20 region, you do end up going up and moving quite violently to the upside. But until then, I mean, this is just still bearish to me. You have here a loss of the weekly EMA 100. Couldn't even retest it. Freshly have lost the 9. Yes, you're getting a bounce at the EMA 34. I'll take the 55 off. But that bounce could easily just give you that bearish retest of that EMA 9 on the weekly. So, overall, this is a pretty bearish chart. That's what you'd expect for something that has just literally been down only. And yeah, let's see, maybe the 5. Let's give it the benefit of the doubt. Oh, wow. So the yearly has just simply always rejected the EMA 5, which I actually find quite interesting. The fact that it's even been able to push up to there. But yeah, that's just always been the rejection zone. Why that's significant now is you're noticing it's moving pretty it's moving down, which is nice. That is what bulls want to see. But what you could see in the coming months is seeing this violently move down, shift near the meme line, and actually greatly solidify that $19.63 to $20 region being resistance. That'd actually be not the best. You can see the last time when you had that EMA 5 shift down to a major spot here, solidifying resistance, it just really caused a massive dump. So overall, I mean, down only for this chart. It looks like you're just solidifying $20 being resistance. It looks to me like potentially the 6-month lower high is in. And now what's brewing is, well, that lower low. I'm wrong on this idea. If you start seeing any higher time frame closings, like even a monthly above $20, right? If you start actually getting above that monthly EMA 34, I mean, you just simply see where that monthly EMA 100 is. But I will say you've never tested that. You have minimal amounts of data. And actually, rather, the next objective from here would be, better looked at around that $28 region. So, that is the ETF. I mean, controversial if this, TA on the VIX even works. I think it does work. I do think that it is worth noting and watching. I'll show on my VIX chart why I do think that is. Because whenever the VIX does get to certain numbers, generally does mark, at least local bottoms on markets. For what it's worth, you are getting a weekly volatility setup. So it's going to be quite important to actually hold this EMA 34, because anytime you start losing this, it just generally leads to pretty harsh breakdowns. For me, I mean, you can just draw a little micro range here. You can just simply see this being support, right? And then you can even use this wick low here. So for me, if you start losing that weekly EMA 34, I really don't see why we're not going to go to that 1469 to 1450 region. Okay, so let's use now the HBR and see what it says on the 2-day. Cool. So you bounced right where you'd expect. You had the median right around that EMA 100. It's really important, in my opinion, to just start moving up. You do not want to see the last 2-day candle low get taken out. If you start taking out that low, I do think it's going to really brew a move down at minimum to that bottom side, 38.2%. If you start seeing 2-day BWP Let me delete that. It's actually giving you, extreme lows on volatility. You have four sessions of zero volatility. So a move is brewing here. But even on this perspective, how I'm viewing it, let me turn the 5 off so there's no confusion. This is still just in bearish posturing. Looks like you have potentially a 2-day lower high. Overall trend is your friend, and for what it's worth, the trend is freshly down, right? You took out all potential higher lows, lower low. Any move up to here will be looked at as a lower high, which can, when I see something like this with the EMA 21 lined up nicely with the 38.2%, lined up with potentially this was a massive SFP. I do think that if this gets tested, this has more of a greater chance of rejecting. So that's the VIX M. We can come here now and just see why does TA potentially work on the VIX, or why is it important to watch? Well, we talked about this on stream. I remember when we had the Japan carrier trade news hit. You had a massive move up, right up to that $60 region. Simply, anytime you get 60 or above on the VIX, generally that does give you major lows on markets. We've done this before. We can do it again. 60 here, April. We can do Bitcoin even. So let's do this. I'll move this here. Let's go here. VIX hit April 2025. Where was Bitcoin April 2025? That was essentially, let me go to the monthly. Right here, major bottom, right? Remember that? Boom, before going up. Cool. And then you also, I believe, had one here. Yeah. It's funny. These candles are always funny to see when this happens. And I remember this actually very vividly, because I remember, Alejandro, you caught, I think, some options or a long here.
It was right. Yeah. The VIX right at the bottom of that. I bought it. I don't remember why. And I just took that huge, like we were doing the stream and it was all the way up. And that's when I sold it.
No, I remember that. Yeah. I was like, wow, dang, that was impressive.
But it was very pure luck, just so that we all,
because it is hard to find, first to even get the VIX up to 60 is insane. It, happens, a few times, but just, yeah, that was just a good trade. That was funny. That is why I remember that though. Here though, what you had, back August of 2024, we'll just simply see that. Here, August of 2024, right? Yeah, that's simply when the VIX hit 60. We'll try one more. So that was this one. What about here, right? March 2020, COVID. Bitcoin, yeah. Here, right? This low. The point is that it does help you have at least a nice roadmap on when you start coming up to these zones. Like, for example, when we were doing this stream up here and we talked about that exact scenario, I do think it's worth mentioning and just noting that these ranges do work on the VIX. It's more just a metric on just kind of seeing how sold down the markets are. And for me, I do think that overall, it is looking bearish. I mean, this isn't a bullish chart by any means. You potentially are on the verge of a breakdown here. Right? If we just connect this is just like breaking down. And you're under all major moving averages. And if this was any other stock, I'd say, yeah, next target will be $13.70. I'm not convinced that will hold, and most likely you'll see around the $12 region. But again, it's just not a stock, so it just moves in confluence with the risk of the market. But that is just something I wanted to know. And you in your own chart can just market the $60 region. Anytime you get 60 or above, it just does mark major bottoms on markets. And It's the same thing with stocks. So, overall though, the VIXM is looking very bearish. I do believe that, you can easily test like $20, but as long as you're below $20, it is overall just still bearish. And that's just looked at it kind of just being at the cliffside edge on all major moving averages on the higher time frame. Like the weekly, you're just like literally about to lose them with the volatility setup. And then even the monthly here, literally about to lose the monthly 9. Once you literally lose this monthly 9, it's actually funny now. I'm realizing it. Like this is just like free money to shorts. I mean, lost it, shorted it, printed, reshorted it. Even here, you had 2 chances. Like anytime you get a monthly 9 loss, I mean, it just goes up and it corrects.
By the way, shorting the VIX is way easier than longing the VIX.
Yeah, of course. Because if you're betting on this, you're just betting on like the stock market, and markets to do bad. And well, has it been doing bad? No. So you're just generally going to get like the opposite. So like, while this looks absolutely amazing, up only, well then this is just down only. So then you can. That's why the only reason why you'd be betting on this is if you knew information on like a move, like a big squeeze like this, something like black swan. But then it wouldn't be a black swan then. But I guess some people always know. But yeah, that is true. It is always easier just to short these. This chart, though, to me is at support, so we won't discredit that. But yeah, once you lose this monthly 9, I do think you can just play the easy trade, because that literally gave you a 50% down only. Shorted here, stop here, shorted here. Any reclaim of it, you could have just cut. And you're just overall playing the trend, which is correlating like the weekly trend, which correlates in the overall daily. So yeah, not a good chart, looking bearish. And if the monthly 9 gets lost, I think you'll easily see $14 to like $14.60 to $14.28. Now I'll be wrong on this again if we start getting any weekly close above $20. $20 to me will be a big zone. And if you get any monthly close above this EMA 34, yeah, GG bulls. I do think then this can easily start moving up and going towards $28.
All righty. Thank you, sir.
Yeah.
Thank you, senor. Fucking VIX. God damn it.
What an interesting chart. Down only chart, but I mean, one of these days.
Like I said, all ETFs over time on these things are bound to go to zero, because you can just make more of those ETFs to sell the position. It's not like you're relating it a one-to-one to anything other than just speculation and volatility, right? So it's just retarded that people put their money long-term on this. Unless you think something is going to happen right now, you don't touch this. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
That's why.
Yeah, exactly. Like if you're just buying this, investing in it,
yeah,
it's pure that doesn't make any sense. That's
none.
Yeah.
None. And you'll never make money, never. Ok, estamos viendo el VIXM, que es un ETF, son ProShares Trust del VIX, que es básicamente el indicador de volatilidad que tenemos. Les voy a decir esto, todos los ETFs, todos, el ETF del gas, el ETF del petróleo, a través del tiempo, los que estés comprando van a continuar bajando, porque pueden emitir más a través del tiempo, y como estás emitiendo más, y sobre todo ya que ahora está de moda platicar de inflación, entendemos que eso es inflación o devaluación de los ETFs. Entonces, todo el tiempo va a continuar yendo para abajo. Esto no lo compras a menos de que digas, güey, mañana va a caer el mercado por X, Y, Z, X razón. No hay TA en esto. No existe el análisis técnico en el VIX. Es literalmente pura payasada. Estamos siendo más bajos de toda la historia. Lo puedes ver acá. Los acabamos de hacer aparte en diciembre. Y ahora estamos trepando por encima del promedio del 9 y peleando con el 21. Esto es una tradición. Y de acá te va a rechazar, vas a perder el promedio del 9 y de ahí vas a caer. Lo que me imagino que te llamó la atención fue que ganó en marzo del 2025 el promedio del 9. Bien, pero ahora, aparte de lo de las aranceles, que fue esto, ¿Qué más va a hacer eso? Y ahora, yo sé que yo le estoy diciendo blow off top, pero recuerden, estamos en el segundo, estamos apenas siendo entregados resultados del segundo cuarto. Y lo que yo he dicho es que los resultados empiezan a verse mal tercer cuarto y el peor cuarto va a ser el cuarto y el primero del próximo año. Entonces, no puedes estar apostando aquí que el mercado se va a caer de la noche a la mañana todavía, en mi opinión. Y sobre todo, te está rechazando el promedio del 5, el promedio del 21 mensual, y ahí vas a ver tu promedio del 9. Esto te va a hacer caer. Si no, y aparte, no hiciste un alto más alto que este con este. Entonces, tienes un bajo más bajo acá, un alto más bajo acá. Lo que seguiría después de este alto más bajo es un bajo más bajo. Eso es sencillamente viéndolo. Si vemos el VIX tal cual, este es un cagadero de nuevo, ven, imposible hacerle TA. Está bajando, simplemente está bajando, está perdiendo todos los promedios y esto es la mensual. Y ahora, ¿cuál sería el siguiente objetivo? Pues ve esto. Rompes esto a la baja, simplemente vas a continuar a buscar ese 11.69 y esto te debería llevar a altos históricos y no mamadas. Ahora, cuando ves que el VIX revienta la alza, es cuando el mercado cae. Es más fácil hacerle un corto al VIX que hacerle un largo. Cada que pasas de acá puedes hacerle un corto. Cuando llegas a 60, 50, 70, hacer un corto tiene más probabilidades de que le des instantáneamente a hacer un long. Porque son así de rápidos estos wicks, lo puedes ver. Entonces, no va a ser otro bajo más bajo, tío. Es todo. All right. What do you got, Mr. Farhan? Costco?
Yeah,
Couscous?
I think so. This should have a lot of data.
I'd
Let's
say
start with
so.
the quarterly. How long has Costco been around? Probably a long time.
Yeah, since Nancy Pelosi was alive. She probably owns it.
Kind of looks a little bit topped out to me right now, at least for the short term, and based on simply just these candlestick formations and getting a rejection of this 38.2%. I'd say as long as you're below about $1,078.23, probably more likely than not, you're gonna get a retest of at the very least your 5 EMA, which you're a little close to right now at about it's at about $910. Why don't they do a split? It's so weird seeing Costco at $900,000. If you continue to get a rejection of this 38.2%, you got 2 months left to go, which is a good amount of time. You would have a 61.8% chance of reconnecting with the median at a minimum, and that's at about $868. That's roughly like another 7 at the moment. And from our current highs, that would be about like 18 to 20% down. If you start to lose the median, that's what gives you a move down to the 38.2%. The reason I don't think it's going to stop at the 38.2% is because basically we've been up only this entire move. I think it's probably going to come somewhere closer to this 21 EMA, and that's at about $661 currently. That's only if we get those losses, which as of right now, it's still leaning more towards the bullish side. Quarterly momentum starting to flip down, getting very close to the reset zone. Volatility is also contracting, which giving some bullish hopium. The jewel's giving you a God mode signal, hasn't switched to a sell just yet. It's on a neutral. Monthly is now also looking like a pullback, getting below the 38.2%. Probably, if you lose this 38.2%, most likely it's going to take you down to somewhere around that 78.6%. Which is right about that $770, $780. Probably get a little bit of a bounce here. Maybe takes you up to that 21, and I'd expect a rejection there into that $660-ish zone, right along the 55. 2 week is also about to lose a 38.2%. Did it lose it? No, slightly kept it on the last close, but then opened below it on this open. And we have a rejection of our 5 EMA. Momentum freshly breaking into the bearish control zone. Any divergence? There is a higher low. So there's some technically possible bullish divergence. It would just be very difficult to confirm it. You'd have to close above $995.87. And what's more likely is you're going to continue to the downside, especially since you have a fresh sell signal on the jewel. 2-week is still pointed down, or weekly is still pointed down, just about to flip back up. If you continue to hold the 55 EMA, that's at that point, it very likely will flip back up for a retest of this 21 and 9. Not really that much higher. It's only at $971. Jewel still giving you a sell signal, breaking into the bearish control zone now. 5-day also very close to flipping back up, with volatility close to going into a contraction phase. I'd just be watching that 55. 2-day has already flipped back up. It's interesting to see, with price action still continuing to go down, and we have a 2-day silver cross to the downside. So whatever move we do see to the upside based on momentum going flipping back up, very likely we'll find it stop somewhere around this 9 or 100 EMA at about like $950-ish. And I would look for a move based on the 100 and 200 rules, where if you lose the 200, usually goes to the lose the 100 usually goes to the 200, and also you have your retest of the silver cross of that 100, giving you lots of points of confluence that 950 area is very likely going to be your next lower high before another move to the downside. Daily is also flipped up on momentum. Volatility is in a contraction phase, and you're starting to get a God mode signal in the background on the jewel. It hasn't flipped to buy just yet, but it's on neutral. And if it does flip to buy, very likely you see a move to that top 38.2%, which also lines pretty closely up with $950, slightly higher. Forward hour also pointed to the upside. For the short-term bullishness, we'd want to see this 4-hour 38.2% hold. It's at about $926. If we do see that hold, that's what's going to give us that move into $950 for the bearish retest. 4 hours now giving us that God mode background and on the jewel, and we have switched into a buy signal. Probabilities are slightly higher that we will hold this 38.2%. Although if you start to close below it, I think all of those short-term bullish setups are going to be invalidated. Quarterly still has 3 drives of hidden bullish divergence. It's going to be active as long as you're closing over about $871. Your next target would be the critical zone, which is sitting at about $975, not really that far from where we are right now. Actually, you're below the simple moving average. That would be your first target, and that's at about 959, very close to 950. Monthly, nothing. 2-week has many drives of bearish divergence. Going to be active below 995 or 995.87. Next move is the bearish control zone with volatility just about to start expanding. Bearish control zone is at about 787. I do think this is going to update. Weekly also has many drives of bearish divergence. Going to be active below the same number, 995.87. Next move is into the critical zone, which first the bullish control zone, not really that much lower, $6, and the critical zone is at about 700. Volatility firstly expanding, interesting, from extreme lows with that bearish divergence. 5-day also many drives of bearish divergence with volatility expansion. Bearish control zone sits right now at about $903. Nothing. Daily has a fresh drive of hidden bearish divergence. It's going to be active as long as you're closing below $941.79. In your next move, you're already in the critical zone, so it can't give you any targets. Now we'll switch into the momentum chart.
Damn, Alex is saying Nvidia, dude. It's $180. What a fucking pump.
What I'm
I
saying,
haven't looked.
I was like, damn.
But and by the way, on the monthly volatility is expanding from the bottom.
Yeesh.
Look at the volatility set up on the monthly.
I see that actually freshly, and it's
That shit's gonna go to
Wall
$8
Street.
billion.
Absolutely.
I
8,000.
guess that's more for this along the bias of Bitcoin's going to put in a higher low and busting action.
Yeah, we just
Oh
talked about
yeah.
that. Implications, because I mean, it's hard to not be bullish on risk when you see Nvidia literally just going up only. So
Blow up.
So yeah, I think that's what we're probably going to get. That one blow off top, one more move, and then the massive volatility expansion to the downside.
last time it had
Everyone
something
thinks
like
this time is
on,
different.
on Nvidia. I mean, it kind of didn't do a blow off top, but in 2015, it just straight up went. I mean, it just has been doing that, just went up only, which is kind of absurd if you think about that, because where we're at versus what could happen. Who knows? Kind of insane, but yeah, little introduction there on Nvidia. It does make me confident on Bitcoin though, so I'll tell the Discord that.
Yeah, me as well.
Yes,
So on the
sir.
quarterly on Costco, we are freshly flipping to the downside. Very interesting to see that. And we also have bearish divergence on the quarterly, which has already been confirmed. And we are going to be flipped down as long as we're below 1,000, let's say 1,036. Off of the bearish divergence, your easy target would be this 9 EMA, which is sitting somewhere around $840. This is the zone where I personally think we are going to get a bounce. At the very least, we're going to get a bounce towards somewhere around this 5 EMA. What's going to confirm this as a bottom for me is going to be closing over that 5 EMA. If we can do that, then I'm going to be of the opinion that we're going to go to significantly new all-time highs. And let's see what I could get as a rough target. Probably somewhere around $1,492. I'd like to front run this number significantly and say like $1,350. Monthly is also freshly flipped to the downside. Going to be flipped down as long as you're below 1,059. Let's say 1,060, breaking out of the critical zone. Whole PM is that volatility is contracting. Two-week also freshly flipped to the downside, rejecting the bullish control zone. Volatility just now going into expansion with momentum flipped down. Going to be flipped down below 1,008. That supports that move into right around that $840 area. That's that 2-week 55 EMA. Weekly is also freshly expanding with the drop of death and momentum strongly pointed down below 1,007. 5-day also volatility expansion, derp of death, pointed down. Pivot is 1,005. 2 days now starting to flip back up with volatility expanding, giving you an idea with a silver cross, telling you that if you do see any type of move to the upside, that 9 EMA and 100 EMA is going to be the area to short. But right now, we're not even seeing any type of move to the upside. We saw a retest of the 5 EMA and complete rejection from there. So as it's looking now, it looks like the lower high is in. And the daily confirms that because daily is just about to flip to the downside in about 3 hours, and it will flip down if you close below about $930.59. We're ever so slightly below that number right now. And 4 hours currently flipped to the upside. Volatility, however, is contracting, telling you it's likely going to be a lower high. And as of this moment, kind of looks like that even the 4-hour lower high is in. And we will flip down in about 21 minutes if you close below $930.40, which we are below.
Quite
so
below.
on the higher time frames, it really is starting to look like this up only action is finding a top. You're getting fresh momentum to the downside on the quarterly with bearish divergence. You're getting volatility expansion on the lower time frames with momentum flipping to the downside. And kind of looks like to me that it's going to go straight for that $840 area. Hopium is that $840 area holds, and you can end up closing over quarterly over that 5 EMA. If not, then you're probably going to find your way somewhere around that $660 area. And based off of the higher time frame trend, I really do think that area is going to hold. I'm more of the bias that 840 is going to hold, but if you get even a daily close below $840, then I say I like to give myself a lot of time. So I'd say probably somewhere within the next 1.5 to 2 years, you'll find yourself somewhere around that $660 zone. The invalidation is going to be for the short-term bearishness is going to be getting any tick above 1,078. Personally, I don't think that's going to happen based off of the bearish divergences that have already been confirmed in the higher time frames. I think you're probably going to more likely than not retest 840. And if you can't hold 840, then about 660s.
And why 840?
840, I believe, was it's the quarterly 9 EMA.
830. Yeah. Okay. Got it. I just couldn't figure out anything that gave me the 840 number that you had. Okay. That makes total sense. Perfecto. Thank you. And let's wrap this bitch with XRP. I'll be quick.
Perfect.
Thank you, boys. Motherfucker. Let me just look at the video one more time. Oh, look at that. Look at that bad boy.
Some proper busting action.
It is busting, I gotta say. Love when they bust.
That was good.
Oh, thank you. God damn. Wow, Nvidia, de verdad, reventando a la alza. Esto es bastante bueno para nuestro blow off top, que estamos buscando. Así que si Nvidia se está moviendo así, recuerden que es el indicador de riesgo adelantado de todo el mercado. Mínimo el que nos dice los movimientos un poco antes de todo lo que pase. Si Nvidia, recuerdan todos los memes, ¿no? De que si Nvidia era alcista, todo es alcista. Más o menos eso continúa aplicando. Mientras tanto, estamos volteando a ver a Costco, damas y caballeros. Costco, una belleza desde que salió en 1986. Desde el 2008 ha estado en una postura alcista y no mamadas. Pero ve las trimestrales, desde literalmente el 2023, no habíamos visto una roja. Y ahora parece que esta podría ser la primera. Pero todavía faltan 2 meses, 2 días para cerrar esto. ¿Qué quieres que te diga? No, todavía le queda tiempo. Pero eso sí, estamos por debajo de nuestro promedio del 5, que son los 933, y nuestro siguiente objetivo natural debería ser nuestro promedio del 9 en los 830. Ahí está. Si tienes los 868, que es más o menos donde está mi línea meme, o los 830, de perder eso, vas a visitar los 756. Eso es en la trimestral. Momentum está apuntando para abajo y tienes divergencias bajistas, lo que favorece más el escenario de ir para abajo que para arriba. Obviamente la invalidación de estar mal acá sería simplemente cerrar por encima de los $1,000, básicamente. Por encima de los $1,000 estamos equivocados y puedes decir que esto va para arriba. Vamos a la mensual. La mensual también tiene volatilidad contrayendo, en lo que estamos viendo que estamos perdiendo la zona azul después del rechazo de la media. Esto va a cerrar en 1 día y 3 horas. De cerrar tal cual esté, vamos a favorecer el escenario de los 863, ser el siguiente lugar para buscar la siguiente parada. De no poder aguantar, una vez más, 789 va a ser la siguiente zona de interés para Costco. Y normalmente eso yo diría que sería una corrección bastante significativa para Costco, si es que se llega a dar tal cual. Estamos hablando de un 26%. ¿Cuánto corrige esta madre cuando cae? Nada. ¿Esto cuándo fue? 2022. Lo más bajo del 2022 fue un 33% y eso fue básicamente uno de los mercados más bajistas que hemos visto. Por lo que Costco debería aguantar por acá en los 789, a menos de que vayamos a ver el fin del mundo, algo así. 2 semanas, continúa lo mismo, perdemos el promedio del 9, perdemos la zona azul, estamos literalmente perdiendo el promedio del 21 y ahora nuestra siguiente parada van a ser los 900, que es donde está nuestro promedio del 34. De no aguantar, siguiente objetivo natural, 854 y de no aguantar, siguiente objetivo, los 800. Semanal está a punto de empezar a expandir volatilidad ante esta caída. Vamos a mantener, esta es la de 2 semanas, perdón. Vamos a mantener el ojo bien pelado. Todavía falta de aquí al viernes para cerrar esta vela, así que pendientes. Semanal, literalmente estás al borde del abismo, no está aguantando el promedio del 55, de perderlo 897, más bien 877 sería tu siguiente objetivo natural, y también el promedio del 100 semanal en los 846. ¿Cuándo fue la última vez que tocamos el promedio del 100 semanal? Acá, 2023, básicamente el final del 2022, hace 2 años, por lo que una visita a los 850 no me suena tan descabellada justamente por acá. Y además tenías volatilidad expandiendo ante la caída, ¿eh? ¿Ya la vieron? Esta volatilidad está expandiendo ante este super dumpy y todavía le queda para llegar a Costco. La última vez que paró fue en los 78%. Habíamos visto antes 90 y 97%. Atentos ahí que esto tiene cara de poder intentar empujar con fuerza. Diaria, diaria tienes volatilidad contrayendo, pero estás cayendo bastante fuerte debajo de la zona azul, ya el 50% de perder la zona de los 927, te va a poner un objetivo de 919 y de 919 a $900. Costco está bastante fácil de entender. Ahí les va. No, tenía esto. Bien, bien por ti, Alejandro, bien por ti. Costco continúa en esta tendencia bajista, tenemos un cruce plateado por acá. Las correcciones más grandes de Costco que hemos visto, que fue una de estas, que fue la de los aranceles, es de 18% del tope hasta ahí. Esta fue la de los aranceles, febrero, sí, del 2025. Vamos a ver otras correcciones rápido para compararlas. 11%, y cuando fue el 2024. Vamos a ver esta. 11%. ¿Este fue el 2020? No, 23. 6%. Pero esta es la diaria. Perdón, ¿saben qué? Déjenme pongo la de 2 semanas rápido para ver bien. Ok. 18%. Vamos a ver esta, el 2022. 33%. Del 2020 ha de ser esta. Ajá. Es que Costco no cayó tanto en el 2020 como todo lo demás. Costco cayó 16%, 21%. Ok. La caída más bruta es 33%. De a este punto alto, a donde estamos, ya estamos en territorio de donde deberíamos encontrar rebote. A la línea verde, en los 879, 17%. Y a la línea plana verde, 25%. Si llegas a los 700, abajo de 800 sería un regalo, básicamente. Pero acumulación, lo puedes poner en tus 2 semanas, tu promedio del 34,903. Siguiente nivel, 877 y último nivel, 830. Ahora, más allá de esto, si llega a caer Costco más de esto, que sería una de las primeras veces en la historia que caiga tanto, pues algo horrendo pasó en todo el planeta. Y ya, es todo lo que tienes que saber. Ahí lo tienen, damas y caballeros. Vamos a la que sigue. Un segundo, me mandaron un mensaje por acá. Ya está, perfecto. All righty. Señor, we're ready for your shizzle, my nizzle.
Nice. Let's take a look at the PP.
See, I know young words too.
Remember, no bearishness allowed on XRP.
Roger that.
Only up only.
Well, look at this.
We're going to 21. There you go.
Yeah. This is good. It's foretold already. So perfect. Wonderful. So XRP to me is looking quite bullish. But again, I mean, even in the midst of up only, we always do end up getting the higher lows that just form structure. I am convinced that we easily can get a pullback to right around $2 and let's see the exact $2.91, specifically using December 2nd's wick high that was formed in 2024, December 2nd, 2024's wick high flipped into support. We can't act like we haven't seen this before when we simply used April 12th wick high in the year 2021 as support that actually solidly worked out very well. I vividly remember drawing that line. That was very, very nice. And now what we're doing is we're simply just doing the same exact idea, flipping a wick high and hoping it goes into support. Now with this idea, it is going to be dependent on really watching the reaction here. You don't want to see any weekly closures specifically above the EMA 9. I do believe the EMA 9 can move up a little more around that $2.90 region. But if you start seeing that weekly close below support, yeah, I do think it's going to open up and move potentially all the way down right around $2 to $1.97. So, big zone there. We were always gauging a pullback around there. We've so far gotten that. It's now just a matter of, are we going to front run it and bottom and move up? Which granted, even the daily is looking pretty bullish. I mean, you potentially have a higher low formed. All you need to do is take out this wick high, which is also a major shooting star, before going up and breaking out. So you already are potentially putting in bullish structure here, which is exactly what you'd want to see in the midst of, right around hitting support. It's just more a matter of now, are we going to see the expansion? Are we going to need to see one more wick down, taking out the stops, hitting the daily EMA 34 before going up? And that's just really it. This chart is bullish. And, I was going into this month being a XRP bear, and that didn't work out well. I mean, this channel here was correct. We were always watching this. We understood that into July, we're going to see a move. But the issue was you just weren't breaking down. And so, we did end up seeing, that weekly EMA 9 get reclaimed. Yes, we did hit this top side of support. But if we all remember as well, we were watching pretty carefully that daily SMA 200. I should have put more emphasis on this once it got reclaimed, because that was essentially the big trigger. This is often what you want to see in a very bullish environment. What occurs when an SMA 200 gets reclaimed. Now, if we can remember, right, we've been looking at this SMA 200 on other assets like Tesla, and this is the opposite of really what you want to see. You're just kind of playing in between it, right? So this is more like chop kind of weakness, and that's why we're looking for potentially a short. Whereas, you straight to business reclaimed it, and then now you're very far from that. That is kind of the idea behind that. And so for this example, now you do want to see that $2.91 region actually hold as support. If you don't, this will give you an easy target down to that EMA 100, which should be the next major bounce zone. And it is bullish to see that EMA 100 move above the SMA 200. Just generally the faster moving average supporting price before the slower one. That is just what you see when bulls are in control. So, XRP is very bullish. It's a good chart. Now, it doesn't mean it can't quickly turn bearish, but even here, when we were talking about, in order for us to become more bearish on XRP, you need to lose that $1.96 region. You just weren't able to lose that. Granted, yeah, you did lose it here. You did go to the next area, but it quickly got reclaimed. So XRP is always one of those charts where it's like, man, in hindsight, it just seemed very obvious. So, I remember saying that here too. I think when we had 6 days or 5 days of red only, I remember here it was just like, oh wow, that was very obvious for a short. So that's why we don't want to be sitting here saying, wow, yeah, that pullback, which all that was a back test, seemed very obvious. So that's why for me, I've just been watching very carefully. We want to be gauging that weekly EMA 9. Haven't really tested that in a while. So if we get any kind of retest to around there, I'd be looking at that as an extremity low. Now, on the flip side, again, super bullish markets, you generally do just kind of hold the EMA 5. You can use the 5 as like, if you lose that, you have more of a chance of going to the 9. But, when I'm seeing this already moved up, potentially already putting in a bottom on the daily, XRP isn't looking too bad. And this is kind of what you'd want to see if you are like becoming bullish on Bitcoin, let's say. because I noticed that XRP moved first, and then Bitcoin had its nice move up. But this is kind of what bulls are going to be looking at. You're just going to be looking at something like this, and then maybe something like this. You'll get the breakout very soon, or maybe a breakdown. But as it stands, you just simply need to get above that daily EMA 9. Once you do, all eyes on this wick high. Taking out the shooting star would, in my opinion, put this in breakout mode. Let's see if the HBDR can say anything about that. Nice. Right, you get above that daily 9, you're now above the median. That'll then take you right to around that top side of the 38.2%, which is right around that wick high. You start breaking that, which again, just use this wick high, the invalidation of the shooting star, I think is a good area to say, yeah, then you're in breakout mode. HBDR, you're pretty far away from the 38.2%. Far away in the sense of you're like about 1.1% away from it. Invalidated, that seems good to me to say that's in breakout mode. So, XRP is looking bullish. I think we could see a move here soon, and that could play into hopefully our Bitcoin idea. So I'm still bullish on Bitcoin. Now, that can quickly change today when, let's say, if we lose 118 on a daily close, then we potentially can look for a short. But until then, I'm kind of looking for today to give us a move. And NVIDIA, looking as bullish as it is, kind of gives me confidence in that. And even Coinbase is looking pretty good. On XRP Bitcoin versus Bitcoin, important, arguably the most important chart. This is looking very good. Now, you've seen this before where you've reclaimed this 2658 level, and then you just get ultimate chop, and it's getting lost, getting reclaimed. That's so far not what has occurred. You've into last week held it. You've even retested the weekly EMA 5, and into this week, it's just looking like it just did the same thing, but now in this candle, it's looking primed to move up. You have 4 days before this closes. Looks like it already has gotten the back test. Ever so slightly bullish structure here. As long as you're not taking out the last weekly candle low, this should be good to go up. Now let's see why I would be saying that. All right, you can just see that it's trying to put in maybe a higher low, hopefully. You do have that shooting star even on the Bitcoin pairing. So you now have an easy gauge of what needs to break to actually break out. And into today, you're potentially going to reclaim back above support and specifically above the median. Now, you aren't above the daily 9 yet, and I will say that. So that is like what you need to really, really feel confident of this being a local bottom. Get above the daily 9, start making your way towards this wick high, take that out. I'll look at that as a nice trend shift on the daily. Then maybe you get a higher low and you go up. That's always the idea with these. If you get price divergence, it's always like possible trend shift, possible. You just have to have your criteria. So it's like, well, first the daily 9 needs to get reclaimed. That then could take you to the top side of this wick. If you take that out, you most likely get a pullback. There's no free lunch. You form a higher low at the throwback, and ideally you break out testing these highs here. And then you just shift to like a more higher time frame view. And you're like, cool, maybe this is just a weekly higher low. Take this high out equals a higher high, which then by this being a low. XRP though is bullish, and I just want to still say that I still think crypto is due for a bounce around this region. That can quickly change on today's close. I'm talking mainly about Bitcoin closing below $118,000. But as it stands, this is still looking very bullish to me. XRP looks more like it's in a bounce region. And our idea was always for a pullback leading to just an SR flip. And that's granted so far what has occurred. Just more a matter of now, are we actually going to retest this meme line support and make it easy for everyone, or are we just simply going to go up? And remember, using these wick highs, it's all subjective. I could have easily drawn a meme line here, taken it here, and then said, oh yeah, look, we're already good. We've hit it. We're good to go up now. That is what some traders are looking at. Doesn't make it less right or wrong. For me, I just generally find better understanding in the chart when I use, when you see just an uptrend like this and you finally get a pullback that leads to red. I want to see kind of where the highest point, where sellers really stepped in to really cause this pressure, and that is at the right around this wick high. So that is where we're gauging. When you get that that weekly EMA 9 pressing up around that, I look at that as just higher confluence of support. So still watching for this. I'll be patient, and if we don't get it, perfectly okay. But if we do, I'll be looking for an academy long around this region, assuming, let's say, the daily hasn't already bottomed. So that is XRP. It's looking pretty good. And I do think that if Bitcoin dominance potentially starts losing that monthly 9, this potentially could make XRP move even stronger. So you potentially are going to get a pretty strong environment in August for altcoins. It's going to be quite important to watch that carefully. This is the market cap of XRP, and it's just, well, it's looking very good. It's just very simple charting here. You can just see you are doing things that you haven't really done, similar to like reclaiming this on a monthly, 165 billion. You want to start seeing that hold, and then you potentially can start moving up towards, maybe over 200 billion. Next objective would be around that $256 billion. So, and then we can go here. What is it? The total 3, I think. Why do I have just 1? That's funny. It's funny, crypto's only worth 3.8 trillion. It's really not that much money. I know it's a lot, but it's really not that much, actually. Like, I do think we are early.
And 99.9% of that value is just circular rotating within itself. If the bill came due, it would all collapse.
What do you mean build it came due? Oh,
people
like
want to withdraw.
Yeah, I see what you're saying, because it's all just the ecosystem just cycling the money through itself, essentially. No new money. Is that what you're saying is kind of entering?
Yeah, so if everyone wanted to switch into US dollars, I have a strong feeling most of it would collapse.
Yeah.
Look at the dollar though. Look at the DXY on the monthly, on the 3 month, etc. It's starting to get fun.
Oh yeah, no, I've been looking at this one. I still am thinking it's bottomed, and I just simply go to the quarterly and I say I can't be bearish here. I just can't. It doesn't allow me to. Even if I want to be, I can't be. And wow, yeah, that's a nice bounce so far.
Look at the monthly, sexy too.
Let's check that out. Oh yeah, if we do reclaim this EMA 100, that will solidify a bottom for me. And then we can potentially look at gangbang and euro shorts.
I think once you get to 101, this shit's like unstoppable.
Yeah, for your 101, that's your criteria. I could see that. Yeah, I mean, that makes sense, actually. I mean, once you get back above that weekly EMA 34, you're just going to have a free move up to the EMA 100. It just works generally better on Forex, too. Now, you did get a nice, in my opinion, this isn't a weekly uptrend now. So this took out the high 9421. Yeah, so this made a new high. So you should be gauging maybe, a little rejection, maybe a higher low around here. But I'm looking at this as in an uptrend, higher low. Here was your higher high. Took out. You could use this as a lower high. I'll use this though. So yeah, not bad. I wanted to bring this up though. You are about to get a volatility setup on the total market cap. What was it? Was it on the weekly? No. I just had it. Maybe it was a 2-week. Yeah, it was a 2-week. Here it is. I think this is an interesting perspective, actually. Now, not confirmed at all, but I mean, might as well give us some more info, right? You've only had a few of these on the 2-week. Here, or I guess you had a few of them. Now I'm looking at it. You had this as well. But this was like more a failed setup, and then there, and that's it. So actually, no, yeah, you've only had a few. these dates. But again, failed setup. You could count this one too if we're going to count this one. Failure.
They're all very significant dates.
Yeah. So now here
Which ones are they? Let me see.
March of 2023 was right after Silicon Valley Bank.
Boom, explosion to the upside. Yeah.
November of 2023
Explosion
was after,
to the upside. Hamas.
Yep, in November 2024 election.
Trump. Yep.
Huh. What about here? What was the fake out in December 2022?
December 2022 was the end of the bear market. It was when they had told us around October that everything was going to continue to go down. That was the bottom for stocks. And they continue to say that, oh, Putin's going to use a nuclear weapon, blah, 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 blah. So at the beginning in January, people started talking about the banking system collapsing. That's when it started to rumor. So that's why everything took a step back. And then when everything collapsed, well, nothing collapsed, but that's what they told everyone. That's when you got the actual setup and the play.
Interesting. So yeah, I mean, that is what, I mean, look at this now. What's happening here? I mean, is this GDP? Is this?
Let's go. I mean, it came out today. Everyone's saying the same shit we said. Now, let's hope that it's to the upside, because if this shit fucking kicks to the downside, it's going to be terrible.
Yeah, that will be bad. But again, this is not looking the best, like worst. It's just simple TA. This looks like it closed on a new high. You're throwing it back. You're potentially back testing this. Maybe you can use this one too. It's like a little range, but as long as you're holding above, specifically, we'll call it 3.69 for the culture trillion. This is looking like it wants to do some busting action up. It's really hard to get bearish on this chart when it looks like this. Now, you start closing 2 weeks, even weeklies under that 3.69, and okay, cool. We can have an argument to lower, but I mean, this just looks like it's in a nice uptrend. You're potentially grinding at another higher low and SR flipping, and you're on the verge of a major breakout with volatility about to confirm a major move. Anytime we get this just leads to a major upside in the market cap. So yeah, I just thought that's an interesting perspective. And then even, well, I guess the 2 month now. I mean, we are at the median. I thought the 2 month opened, but it didn't. It closed right here. Fresh one. Let's check the monthly though. I mean, even here you would be saying, okay, yeah, we just need this to hold. And then in the new month, maybe a tiny pullback to a big move up. And then your big move up would be that median there, which is interesting. That's at 4.3 trillion. And this will move, obviously, but still 17% up. And you are above the moving average now. I mean,
does this count stable coins into the mix?
I think so.
If it counts stable coins, you're going to the top part of the blue zone.
Total 3 is the one that doesn't count the stable coins. That's the one that's purely shit coins.
Got it. So no,
this one includes this includes Bitcoin, Ethereum, stable coins.
That's stable. Yeah, this one includes stable.
Stable coins is the important one because that shit's gonna absorb an insane amount of liquidity. Yeah.
Yeah. Interesting.
Boys, 5 trillion.
Maybe even here. Who knows? No, I don't know. But yeah.
Remember, the overall goal is 11 trillion to match gold.
Well, no, on this, again, we get excited when we hear
meme.
crypto. But if you're throwing of course, trillion. But if you're throwing old crypto and stable coins into this, the goal is to cover the $37 trillion in outstanding debt, right? And whatever we go moving forward, we also create. So essentially, instead of the Federal Reserve, which is a last resort buyer for treasuries or other countries, now we can go Japan style, have our companies, our banks buy them all, and the Federal Reserve's balance sheet's going to shrink, and no one's going to believe it and understand what's going on, because apparently it's really hard to grasp what stable coins are here for. But yeah, it's impossible. Like, I don't understand how something so simple, it's such a hard concept for everyone. But this is going to really go up like a motherfucker. Like, a motherfucker. Whether crypto goes into a bear market or not, that number will continue to go up.
Yeah. I mean, it's looking good. I mean, it's just playing into what we already know, which is August seems like it's going to be the month where you're either going to just massively deviate this and go down, or you are going to hold the throwback and go up. Next objective will be the median on the easy one, easy target. The 2-week though shouldn't be, discredited. It's perfectly fine if this closes red. You just simply don't want this candle to test its low. So as long as it can just stay anywhere above, again, just staying above 3.75 trillion, not breaking the 3.69 trillion, and just really consolidating above these wicks. Yeah, I do think that this is just brewing a breakout, and this easily can just turn into a bull flag. August hits, September, boom, breakout. And then you get your blow up top, you go to the 4.6 trillion, and then maybe there you get your rollover. But again, you can't say that until you actually get your trend shift. So this is now grinding out a higher low. You want to watch that. And yeah, that's all I have on this. XRP overall is a very, very strong asset. It's looking very good. It can quickly change. The spot now for you is just $2.91. That's the area that you want to max long if you get it. And you want to be very cautious of that if you don't hold it. I am seeing, though, we're potentially going to get a move here soon. And this could tie into our idea that maybe we do get a Bitcoin bounce here sooner rather than later. Because, as it's geared up now, it does look like this does want to break out. I just quickly drew this, just do it yourself. But you should start seeing a move. We can check the Bollinger Bands even. Okay, nothing. Really, they are trying. Yeah, they're nothing, actually. Let's check the 12-hour. More pinching. I'll show that here. Let me get this rainbow chart off so we can see. Yeah, so you see the lower band is right there at 291. You do have a volatility setup, so, just again, watch that area carefully. And I'm simply just using this wick low, drawing that out. Can just do this. And you can say, oh yeah, well, this was the fake out. You don't need this to go that much. You can just do something like this. You need to get back above specifically the daily 9 and then taking out July 28th high. That's the objective for bulls. No need to overcomplicate it. And if you can't do that, you're going to get a move to the EMA 34. That needs to hold. If it doesn't, next stop is $2.50. So you're either going to front run it or actually hit it. That's just the question. I'm more in the camp that it is solidifying a bottom, but if Bitcoin is not bouncing and going down, then we potentially could start seeing that daily EMA 34 tested. But the way XRP is looking and everything, like Nvidia and where crypto is, I'm still on the camp today that we are going to get a bounce. It's just, that could quickly change on the daily. So we'll have to watch that carefully.
All right, it's looking good. It's looking good all around. Let's see what Jerome Powell says. Hey, we're not going to raise the interest rates, and now everyone's going to be waiting for the next Fed meeting, and they're going to be like, but did you see that he was wearing a red tie? So that signifies last time my wife had her period, she was wearing a red tie. So that means the bad tie is coming. You know what I mean? Like, all right, so we're going to hear that all today, but we want everyone that repeats all the news to start repeating. There's no need for rate cuts. There's no need. The economy keeps accelerating. Everything keeps getting better. That's what we want to hear over and over again so we can get that bull of top scenario. Remember, Q3 numbers are the ones that are going to start looking like shit. There's still like another 3 months before we start getting Q3 numbers. So we just got the Q2. So let's enjoy it. Let's see how long this lasts. Anything else you boys like to add? Maybe do a dance or something? Some TikTok bullshit? I saw a girl. You guys think it's a joke, but I saw a girl that was just doing this dance. Okay, we're getting ready. And just with that, she got a Tesla robot from Elon because she does wonderful work online.
Oh wow!
Yeah,
how lucky of her. Wow.
Yeah.
It never fails to amaze me how simple the newer trends become.
Well, because the stupider we are, the simpler the trends are. Like, why are people repeating things on those trending audio things when people just repeat what someone else said? This is like the dumbest time in civilization by a lot. I've been around for 40 years. And in the 40 years, this is the stupidest everyone's ever been, including me, obviously.
I even feel old talking about back in my day when we had to cheat and actually put in the work to cheat. Now you don't need to cheat. You don't need to do anything like to get the answers in school.
Dude, your teacher tells you anything you don't like and you go, how about you go fuck yourself, Mrs. Adams? And she's going to fucking have to go fuck herself because there's nothing she can do, because otherwise your parents are probably going to sue her, or they're going to say that she misgendered you or something, and it's over for Miss Adams. So yeah, that's what happens. That's where we at. All right, my boys, anything else you want to add, look at, or say? Dance, nothing?
For me, no, I'm going to watch Tesla. If we close under that daily estimate 200, I'll give that to the Academy. I'll update the Academy Bitcoin longs. If on today we lose 118, maybe we can flip short. But until then, yeah, I'm just gauging a nice move up. So
sounds good.
And I'm watching just Costco around that $840 area to see if we can get a strong bounce. If we do, I think we'll go to new highs.
That shit's on BTCC, by the way.
Oh, is it? Oh, interesting. Okay.
I'm just saying, in case someone wants to long their dick or short their penis, whatever you guys want. Pleasure, my boys. Have a good day. Mr. Farjano, have a great day. Eat some burritos. No, actually, molletes. Do it for me. I love molletes. I love the molletes. These Mexicans really make them good. Anyways, have a good one, motherfuckers.
Buenas tardes and hasta luego, muchachos.
Take care. Ok, vámonos con XRP, damas y caballeros, para cerrar esto. Y justamente estamos platicando, no estamos viendo el Crypto Market Total Cap. Quiero que no caigan en esto, damas y caballeros, por favor. Cuando ven el Crypto Market Cap, que cuenta también con stablecoins, no crean que porque esa tabla se ve alcista, todo lo demás debería de continuar también. Y lo digo porque lo que queremos es que la gran cantidad de liquidez se vaya a las monedas estables, y eso va a generar que la mayor cantidad de liquidez de toda la historia pueda ser adquirida dentro de Estados Unidos por compañías y por empresas, por bancos de Estados Unidos. Así que simplemente enfóquense en la tabla de Bitcoin, tabla de su moneda favorita, en vez de en generalidades. Ahora, si no cuenta la tabla que estás viendo de Total Market Cap, las stablecoins, bien. Pero si las tienen en cuenta, no te fíes de eso. Porque el objetivo de Estados Unidos es que las stablecoins crezcan en adopción estúpidamente, ¿ok? Y de nuevo no tiene nada que ver con cripto. Vale, empezamos aquí. Estamos viendo XRP en la diaria. Se les voy a poner en las 2 semanas para limpiar un poco todo el ruido. Podemos ver que XRP entró en este delicioso canal. ¿Cuándo fue esto? En marzo del 2021. Y desde entonces habíamos estado arriba, un poco abajo de la media, arriba, abajo, luego caímos. El fondo fue literalmente haber tocado esta parte de abajo del canal en julio del 2024. Fondo local, por supuesto, porque XRP estaba haciendo altos, bajos más altos todo este tiempo. Y una vez que lo tocamos, estuvimos listos para catapultarnos a la parte alta 1, 2 veces. Y la pregunta es, ¿vamos a continuar? Por ahora tiene cara de que sí. ¿Ok? Vamos a ponerlo en la trimestral rápido para ponerlo acá. Y vamos a ver si tenemos un setup de volatilidad correcto, que es la volatilidad que habíamos tenido expandiendo a la alza junto con el precio, y hasta ahí vamos bien. También tenemos potencialmente el cierre trimestral más alto de toda la historia en XRP. Pueden verlo ahí, cuando el que habíamos tenido antes había estado aquí en los 2.2, pero de nuevo, faltan 2 meses para cerrar esta vela. Yo no me emocionaría y me empezaría a brincar, oye, es que hay XRP aquí. Mensual, estamos por encima del promedio del 9, que se encuentra en los 2.33. 2.33, ¿dónde están? 2.33, enséñamelos por acá. Por aquí, más o menos, está el promedio del 9. Y estamos bastante por arriba. Cierre mensual más alto que habíamos tenido es este, que fue en $3.03. Estamos unos centavos arriba, básicamente 8 centavos arriba en 3.12. Y eso nos pone aún así en textura alcista. Altos, bajos más altos, altos más altos. Continuamos. 2 semanas tenemos también un setup de volatilidad que está empujando el precio a la alza, y por ahora, correcto, por ahora vamos a confirmarlo en este cierre, que esto, la mensual que cierra, ¿cómo se llama? La mensual que está contrayendo, ok. Pero la mensual, el gráfico mensual va a cerrar. Es más, si lo voy a poner en la mensual, déjenme pongo el HPDR rapidísimo. Uf, te encantaría que en un día y 7 horas XRP pueda cerrar arriba de $3.30. De poder hacerlo, te va a poner como objetivo natural el siguiente, que sería $4.15. De no hacerlo, vas a tener probabilidades de simplemente ranguear por acá y volver a regresar a los 2.30. Eso no es nada malo. 2 semanas estamos arriba, regresando, cayendo del 61.8%, cayendo al 50% y nos está aguantando. Siempre y cuando nos aguanten los 3.10, deberíamos de buscar una vez más los 3.38 y de ahí buscar altos históricos en la parte alta. Además, en las 2 semanas ya lo discutimos, tienes este setup de volatilidad. Vamos a la semanal. Semanal también tienes este setup de volatilidad que empujó a la alza y ahora estás viendo justamente al precio estar un poco estancado, consolidando en el 78.6% y el 61.8%. Siempre y cuando aguantemos el 2.9, y esta va a ser la zona crítica para nosotros, aquí sería la mejor oportunidad de agregar. Y ahora, esto sería clave que aguantara, y aquí lo cortarías en el 2.80, que es esto, si estás entrando en long, ¿ok? Esto te daría una entrada buenísima en el 2.9, pero va a aguantar. Eso sería la idea, ¿no? Porque hasta ahora no hay nada que nos diga en esta temporalidad que esto es negativo, esto es bajista, esto continúa siendo alcista y nos da más probabilidad de ir a los 3.78 e ir a buscar, ese es un alto histórico, y de ahí ir a buscar los 4.15 que habíamos platicado antes. 5 días, estamos en extremos de volatilidad, lo pueden ver acá, lo tenemos en rojo, pero todavía puede empujar más, así que vamos a estar pendiente de esto. En lo que lo estamos viendo acá en la de 5 días, también podemos ver que estamos por debajo del promedio del 5. Si queremos ser más agresivos, queremos verlo por encima de 3.15. 3.15, estamos en 3.12. Y faltan 4 días, 7 horas para cerrar este gráfico, así que todavía tiene bastante tiempo para ir a buscar como objetivo el 3.50, la parte alta del 78, bueno, la parte del 78.6%. Y de ahí, pues ya sigue el siguiente objetivo, 4.95, pero vamos día a día. Diaria, también habías tenido tu expansión en volatilidad acá, un poco de lo mismo que estamos viendo en todas las temporalidades. Tienes tu promedio del 9, del 5 justamente en los 2.98 y quieres que te aguante la parte del 61.8% y no caer hasta la parte baja de la zona azul en el 2.50. Este para mí sería el peor escenario. Y siguiendo ser alcista, porque a XRP le gusta hacer un chingo de gatadas, no hay duda alguna. Para mí, esta es una entrada fácil, y déjenme quito el HPDR para que lo puedan ver bien. Para mí esto aquí arriba en el 290 es una entrada fácil porque tienes una invalidación justamente acá. Te llevas esto a la baja, te sales y volvemos a entrar o en el promedio del 9 acá en los 260 o en los 250 con el 21. Te llevas estos para abajo y ya te pone muy en riesgo esta zona. Si rompes esta zona para abajo, yo diría que ahí es donde valió absolutamente verga todo. ¿Y cuál es el número, el precio para invalidarlo? 2.2. 2.2 a la baja, ya empezaría a pintar completamente otra fotografía con Putin y con Trump, y pues ahí nos dejaría a todos. Algo que también les quiero enseñar más allá de XRP, el dólar, quiero que vean esto, trimestral. Trimestral, he discutido esto sin parar, esto es del 2008, el dólar está en una tendencia alcista. Justamente nos aguantó el S&P 200, lo tienen acá, que fue lo que rompimos al alza y nos llevó hasta acá. Venimos, ¿qué hacemos cuando retesteamos la zona donde rompemos? Rompemos a la alza. Y además estamos pasando el promedio del 34. Siguiente objetivo, 100.800. Llegando a pasar del 101.924, el dólar va a irse alto, si no altos históricos, muy cerca de altos históricos. Y esos están bastante arriba. Y eso sería muy bajista para todo. Vamos a mantener un ojo aquí bien pelado porque esto es lo que hemos estado esperando. También véanlo en la mensual por encima del EMA 100. Y ahora siguiente objetivo va a ser aquí arriba, justamente donde está mi círculo. Una vez que pasemos esto, y no lo estoy esperando a que lleguemos acá en chinga, sea bolas, güey, se vaya a $3,000 millones. Yo creo que lo que vamos a ver es esto y huevos. Una vez que rompamos esta línea verde, una vez más, está en los 102.90, 102. Esto se va a ir al megacielo y esto es malo para el riesgo. Pero vean qué bonito aguantó el S&P 200 por acá recuperando el 34, y esto podría ser el principio del fin una vez que expanda con fuerza el dólar. Déjenme ver los intereses. Por supuesto, manteniéndose de lado y continuando esto. Lo mismo en el 30 años. Ok, seguimos. Y ahí lo tienen, damas y caballeros. ¿Para qué les digo más? Que no les digan, que no les cuenten. Ahí lo tienen. Ahí está todo. Y muchísimas gracias a todos ustedes por acompañarnos el día de hoy. A toda la gente acá, a mi estimado Ramón, a Eder, a Joan, a Ezuke, Ismael, Jonah, a todos ustedes que andan por acá, un saludote. Leonardo, les mando un fuerte abrazo. Gracias por acompañarnos, por preguntarnos, por mandarnos sugerencias. Y pues los veo en un rato para un Nadie Me Preguntó, damas y caballeros. Me voy a ir a reventar una juca de no mames, comer, y los veo de vuelta. Les mando un fuerte abrazo. Pórtense bien. Nos vemos pronto.
Tío, pero nos vemos pronto. Putin, Trump.
Creí que había acabado el stream, pero no acabó, así que voy a seguir haciendo eso.